All right, so yesterday we left off with analyze and auto vacuum. The music's kind of loud. I hope it's not too loud for you guys. In the previous lesson, we discussed the vacuum command and its limitations. One nice property about vacuum is that it allows for space to be reused. If tables are vacuumed frequently enough, the disk usage of the table will stay relatively steady because updates will never get too far ahead of the required space on the disk. To ensure that vacuuming isn't left completely to the database users, Postgres has a feature called auto vacuum, enabled on most databases by default. When using auto vacuum, PostgreSQL periodically checks for tables that have had large number of inserted, updated, or deleted tuples that could be vacuumed to improve performance. When auto vacuum is enabled and finds such a table, a vacuum analyze command is run. This statement is a combination of two separate operations: vacuum, which manages the dead tuples in the database table, and analyze, which is a statement that allows PostgreSQL to look at a table and gather information about contents. PostgreSQL then stores this data internally and uses it to ensure that queries are planned in the most efficient way given the structure of the table. Okay. You can leave running vacuum and analyze statements to the auto vacuum process if you like. However, you can also run it yourself with vacuum analyze table name or just analyze table name if you haven't made large inserts or updates and would like to update pgstats al tables. Okay. You can monitor the last vacuum or auto vacuum by querying the table pgstat all tables or vacuum and analyze statistics. pgstat all tables is a table that contains internal PostgreSQL statistics. You can query for specific table statistics by filtering on the column rel name, relation name. For example, the following query could be used to check statistics for a table named books. Rel name books. pgstats, last vacuum, last auto vacuum, last analyze. All right, so we have a newly created table in the database querying pg_all_stats tables to check the table's statistics returns the following. First, let's run analyze on mock orders. Analyze doesn't produce anything, so we'll have to confirm the statistics have been updated in a separate query. Okay, so analyze. Or is it select analyze? Mock orders. New. Just analyze. Yes. Check PG stat all tables for the same statistics shown to you in part 1. Are the results the same? I don't know. I didn't get the results from the first one. But, okay. So we do the select thing? Yeah. Select schema name rel name last vacuum last auto vacuum. You know when you read a word too many times and it becomes weird? It's happening with vacuum for me right now. Last analyze. From PG that all tables where rel name is equal to orders. Orders, right? Yes. So last analyze was run at 5:09:30. Yeah, seems about right. No auto vacuums, no last vacuums run. Can we do vacuum clock dot orders? No. I forgot the command. It's whatever. Deletes end table size. As you saw in previous exercises with update, even when the total number of rows stored in the table isn't changed, disk utilization can increase. The behavior for delete operations is slightly different. Unlike updates, deletes don't add space to a table. However, a delete statement will create dead tuples and leave the size of the table unchanged. Imagine we have a table, promotions, contest, entries that contains 100,000 rows of data used for virtual lottery drawing, and we'd like to run a query nightly to remove entrants that have not ligmed in, that have not logged in since the contest started. Okay. EG size pretty returns size of 784 kilobytes. We delete the thing, deletes 100 entries, and it's the same size. Well, we know why, because of the dead tuples. Size of the table alone doesn't give us all the information we need about maintenance status. We can query pgstat all tables to help us understand the status of tuples in the table. Specifically, we can use columns nDeadTup and nLiveTup from this table to assess the status of the table. You can actually take a look at how many dead and live tuples there are. Hey, Irfan. How's it going, man? Coffee and tea both suck. Only water, easy. Oh my god. You're a water purist in the morning? I don't know. I need a coffee. I could probably okay. Several times in my life I had like completely ditched coffee. But then you have to survive that period where you're feeling like just a zombie in the morning. And that period can last, I don't know, for months or at least a month. It was lasting for a long time for me. And basically, I just got sick of it. And I'd rather have a coffee than feel horrible in the morning. But good for you, man. Do you feel tired at all in the mornings? Sleepy? Like, what's your sleeping schedule? I'm also curious about people's sleeping schedules because I feel like mine has gotten better over the years. Especially since I quit my night job, but I still have troubles falling asleep. It takes me anywhere from an hour to 2 hours to fall asleep. And waking up in the mornings is a bit rough. Okay, so we can take a look at dead tuples, live tuples. We can see that the update created 1,000 dead tuples, the same number as the rows we deleted. We can also use the column nLiveTup to determine that only 99,000 rows are being displayed, meaning that the 1,000 deleted rows have been marked dead. Depending on the settings on your database, you may need to analyze a table to see accurate statistics. In other cases, your database auto vacuum might be triggered by an update, in which case you could expect a result like the below, where dead tuples have been already declared. This term I have only afternoon class, so I sleep at 4 a.m. and wake up at 12. You go to sleep that late? 4 a.m. Okay, how long do your classes last? Like going to sleep 4 a.m. Ugh. I don't know. I did have a period where I would go to sleep very late, but then I would wake up pretty much around noon as well, and I'd feel like I just couldn't get things done in time. It's like 7:30 p.m. Oh, from 1 to 7:30. Okay, 7:30. So then you have to still get back from the classes, got to do some stuff like make food and whatnot, got to still have some time to study. Okay, 4 a.m. makes sense. It makes sense, yeah. Have to have also some time for yourself. I don't know. I would never go back to, like, one promise that I made to myself after I quit my night job is that I will never work nights ever again in my life. It because it was so destructive both to my physical and mental health. Like, I've gained weight. I I was cranky all the time. And even though I only worked like 2 nights, so my schedule was 2 days, 2 nights, and then 4 days off. But those 2 nights would destroy me. And then you need at least 2 days off to at least get back to where you were normally. And it was a constant struggle of like trying to maintain a somewhat decent sleeping schedule. It's not good. Like, ever since I quit that job, like, my mental health has been amazing. I feel like my physical health has also improved. Like, I think I lost like 13 kilos since New Year. Depends on the person. I've not had any late job, but I would like to have. Dude, I don't think you would. Like, okay, maybe you would like to have it, but I don't know. I don't know if I can recommend it. Because as you're working like late night jobs or night jobs, you don't notice how much it affects your life in the moment. Only after you quit or you haven't worked a night job in a while, that's when you really notice. It's not good. Trust me. Trust me on this. Trust me, Irfan. It's not good. They take your soul. Okay. But the money was good. It's pretty much the only reason to work night shifts. It's the money. But then again, depending on where you are, you might not get like double rates for night shifts. So, okay, in this exercise, we'll use a table named mock stock prices, which contains stock prices for a fictional company. To start, we have the following result from checking the table's total size. Okay. Mock stock prices. So what are your plans today, Irfan? Probably lectures? Do I want your database notes? Yes, please. Thank you. I would very much like them. As total size. If you can, drop them into my Discord. Wait, can you do that on Discord? I'm not even sure. I don't really use Discord. Bum, 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 bum. It's a nice song. Who is this? Barrymore. Is it Drew Barrymore? Probably not. You sure my professor's so bad? I have nothing to lose, man. Hey, Happy. Hello. How is your morning? Like, the quality of your notes has no resemblance, like, has no. Okay, wait, no. That's not what I was trying to say. Just fell out of my bed? What? How did that happen? What was I saying? The quality of your professor has no bearing on the quality of your notes. So, just send them. Let me take a peek. 7 a.m. and I'm working from home. Nice. That still doesn't explain how you fell out of your bed. Delete all values from the table that are recorded on weekends. Oh, it's the slides. Okay. Well, I've seen some bad slides. You know, it's not gonna surprise me. Back hurts and my feet didn't work as expected. It happens. Not that I can personally say that it happened to me, but it happens. Num num num. Tasty coffee. Right, what are we doing? I've used the delete so little that I need to look it up how to do it. It happens way too often. I'm 27, not 57. Okay, that that might be something you should probably start worrying about, maybe? No? Sent it? Thank you, Orphan. I'll take a look at it later. I do appreciate it, though. Where is it? Delete from table name or condition. Okay. From mock.stock prices where day ID equals 5 or day ID equals 6. Though compared to yesterday, I do feel much better today. It's always the case. Mondays are bad. Tuesdays are good and energetic, at least until after lunch, where I start to snooze again, or the topics on here are boring. Then Wednesdays are, they're decent. Thursdays are pretty great as well, and then Fridays are just a snooze show. Have you learned group by? Yes, I have learned group by. Why do you ask? Run analyze on mock stock prices to ensure that all statistics in PG tables are up to date. Okay, analyze mock dot stock prices. Check the number of live and dead tuples. How do we do that again? Oh, from all tables. Okay. Schema name. Oh, name. That Oh, tables. I'm having trouble like remembering these built-in tables. Okay, what have we got? Catalog. Huh? Mock. Stock prices. Dead tuple 0, live tuple 0. 0 live tuples? Excuse me? Select. You know select. What analyze does? As far as I can tell, it just shows, or it doesn't really show anything. Like, where was it? In the previous one. Analyze, which is a statement that allows PostgreSQL to look at a table and gather information about contents. PostgreSQL then stores this data internally and uses it to ensure that queries are planned in the most efficient way given the structure of the table. So it's like a behind the scenes analyzation of the tables, as far as I can tell. Hmm. Probably not most. Yeah, it is Postgres. But I feel like that command exists in other places too. SQL, just like standard SQL. Yeah. Oh wait, no, maybe not. MariaDB, MySQL. Oh, maybe none. Maybe it doesn't exist in your vanilla SQL. Vacuum full. There is an alternative vacuum method. Vacuum full, which rewrites all the data from the table into a new location on a disk and only copies the required data, excluding dead tuples. This allows PostgreSQL to fully clear the space the table occupied. One of the significant drawbacks from vacuum full is that it's a slow operation that blocks other operations on the table while it's working. If you got a larger table, this could mean a vacuum full operation might block other users or applications' queries. In a local setting, this may seem trivial, but for production databases, preventing reads and writes on a table for even a few seconds can have lasting effects. Although a plain vacuum won't reduce the table size, plain vacuum is designed to be able to run in parallel with normal reading and writing of the table. Okay, let's work through the example to demonstrate how vacuum full can aggressively reduce table size. We have a table, mock.rand, with 12 million rows of randomly generated values that takes up about 500 megabytes on disk. I feel like we're going to break Codecademy for the 4th time now. After running a large update on the table, rerunning the query from above now gives a new total relation size of 559 megabytes. Additionally, a query to catalog.pgstatAllTables now shows 1.2 million dead tuples. All right. Running vacuum on this table takes just about 1.5 seconds. Is your dog sleeping like that? All the time, dude. That's not even the worst, like the weirdest position. He likes to twist himself into like a pretzel shape. Well, not a pretzel. What was it like? Like twisty, twisty. Like there's like these pretzels that are straight, but they're like twisted. He likes to do that. So his legs are pointing one direction sometimes, and his head is pointing another opposite direction. And that's how he sleeps, and he's fine like that. The weirdest thing ever. I'm starting to have my suspicions that he's not a dog at all. Like, I don't know. He doesn't like outside. Well, he likes the outside. He doesn't like going outside. That's the thing. It's always a hassle to get him out in the morning or ever. Have the following table, got many dead tuples. Check catalog stat all tables using the query below. Based on the columns, blah, 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 what percentage of the data table's data is dead tuples? Okay, row name. Live top and dead top. Best. Vacuum. Do you have any pets, Irfan? Would you like to have some? It's not an offer. I'm I'm just asking. It's like, would you like to have some? Here, take this dog. Uh, orders. Excuse me. Last vacuum does not exist. How come? Perhaps you meant to reference the column. PG stable. I did. Did I misspell that? Apparently I did. Oh, vacuum is written with 2 U's, not 2 C's. They need time and I don't. Yeah, that's reasonable. They do need time. Well, it depends on the animal, I guess. Cats are a little bit more self-sufficient. But I don't know. Something about cats I don't like. It's like, I think it's like the maybe I want to like say independence and the sort of like attitude that some cats have of just like doing whatever they want. Another thing that's a no deal for me with cats is the fact that they are fairly active during the night, and I'm an incredibly light sleeper. So I used to have a cat, and the bastard would run around the house every single night. So much so that I had to buy like special earplugs made out of silicone that were molded for my ears to block out pretty much all sound to be able to sleep comfortably. Run a vacuum full. Excuse me. They do not give a shit, and I hate that. I keep seeing like YouTube shorts of, I don't know, I'm gonna use the term, but cat advocates that are like, oh, my cat is so considerate. Like there was one I saw that some person was like a painter or something, and she's got like paintings all over the house, and sometimes the cat like steps on the paintings, and then the person has to like fix the paw marks on the paintings, and she was like, oh, my cat learned over time that if he steps on the paintings, that's a bad thing. So one time there were paintings covering the path where my cat wanted to cross, and he was like trying not to step on it. And I was like, is that the case? Does the cat really understand that it shouldn't step on the painting, or do they just like have some other animalistic reason for that? Like you don't know. You don't know. Where's the full vacuum thing? Do I just do full vacuum? Yeah, I guess yeah. Full vacuum on mock orders. Huh. Oh, vacuum full. Vacuum full. Up, up. Okay. Fun. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good sleep, because I assume you're going to sleep. Or at least soon. Thanks for your notes, by the way. I'll catch you later. Check the total relation size of the table. Does the size reduction is size after vacuum full? Match your estimation from part 1. What? I'm not really seeing any dead tuples, but it's the same. What are you talking about? Oh, total relation size. Select EG total relation size. Orders. We need to wrap this in parentheses. EG size. Pretty. $500. What about before? 1,200. Okay, so it reduced the size by pretty much double. Interesting. Interesting. Next. Truncate. In an exercise earlier in this lesson, you learned that delete statements will not reduce the space a table occupies on a disk. Because of the way that vacuum works, even when using delete with vacuum, there's no guarantee that all the deleted tuples will be returned to disk. So far, the only way we've discussed to completely reduce the disk usage of the table to the minimum required space is by calling vacuum full. However, in some special cases, a vacuum full can be avoided. Occasionally, you may need to remove all the rows, but retain the structure of a table. In this situation, it wouldn't be ideal to drop the table and repopulate it with data, so you might opt for what's called an unqualified delete, a delete that affects all rows. Delete all from table where true. In large tables, an unqualified delete can be quite expensive, and it still requires scanning all rows. In these situations, one common solution is to use truncate. Truncate quickly removes all rows from a table. It has the same effect as an unqualified delete, but since PostgreSQL doesn't scan through the table first, truncate runs much faster on larger tables. Finally, truncate simultaneously reclaims disk space immediately, rather than requiring a subsequent vacuum or vacuum full operation. In the event that you need to clear a table, the following two sets of statements are equivalent. However, truncate uses fewer system resources and packs the logic of multiple statements into one. What the hell? Consider the following example from a table with a 500 megabyte table containing 12 million randomly generated values. Okay, so the following two queries take about 20 seconds total. scan the table and perform delete, and another 2.5 to vacuum full. Dead tuples, and then delete left behind. On the other hand, when we use truncate rand instead, the query runs for about 150 milliseconds. Ooh. Delete from rand with true, vacuum full rand. PG size. Where do you truncate? Excuse me. Where do you use truncate? I don't see it. Truncate rand. Oh, that's it? Just truncate rand? Write a DSQL to truncate the current day logins table. So truncate current day logins. That's it? Oh, mock. Okay. Write an SQL statement that returns the disk utilization of the table's data, table's indexes, and the total relation size in 3 separate columns. You don't need to worry about ordering or naming columns, blah, 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 blah. Just do this. Because I don't remember them. Oh, wait. Dot. Copy this. Do. Huh? Oh, these need to be in parentheses, not parentheses. What are these clause things? Single clause. 0 bytes, 0 bytes, 0 bytes. Okay, it worked. This concludes our lesson on database maintenance. While it may not be the most glorious subject, yeah, that's an overstatement. A well-maintained database is the core of most robust applications. Some of the tools you can take with you include update, delete, vacuum, vacuum analyze, vacuum full. Yes, okay. Quiz? Yeah. Which of the following is the difference between vacuum and vacuum full? Vacuum full. Vacuum is non-blocking, therefore other queries can run at the same time. Vacuum is blocking and prevents user. Yep. Which of the following is correct about truncate instead of delete? Truncate does not require an exclusive lock on a table while removing rows. Truncate can only be used to clear all rows from a table. Truncate runs slower than the equivalent delete. Delete reclaims disk space immediately and doesn't require a subsequent vacuum. That's true for truncate. Well, I feel like the first. It's the second one. God damn it! I knew it. I knew it. As I clicked, I was like, given a table species with the following schema and sample rows, which of the statements below is likely to lead to increased disk usage? Update. Yeah. Given a table named users with the following columns, which of the following queries could be used to find the total size users uses on a disk? Total relation size wrapped in size pretty. Fill in the blanks to finish a query that will allow you to check for the time of the last vacuum for the table products. Rel name. Last vacuum, I think. From stat all tables. Yeah. Which of the following is not true about analyze? Analyze statements must be run on just one table at a time. Collects statistics about the contents of tables. Vacuum and analyze can be combined into a single statement that performs both actions. Has a feature called auto vacuum, which periodically. Okay, so it's either the third one or the first one. I think it's the first one. Yeah. Running analyze with no table name specified will perform analyze on all tables in the database. Which of the following statements could be used to reclaim storage occupied by dead tuples without blocking other users' queries to a table? Truncate. But probably vacuum. Which of the following is not true about dead tuples? Update statements mark old values as dead tuples and add in a new version of the updated row. That's true. You can monitor the number of dead tuples in a table using Postgres internal tables. That's true. Delete statements mark the deleted rows as dead tuples. A subsequent vacuum is needed to remove them. That's true. A table can never have more dead tuples than live tuples. That's not true. Which of the following is correct about using truncate instead of delete? Truncate does not require an exclusive lock on a table while removing rows. Is correct. God damn it. I fell for the same answer again. Stat all tables is a table that shows statistics about the usage statistics for each table in the database. Given the query result, which query is least likely to affect these values? Vacuum full, select from. Which of the following statements could be used to reclaim storage occupied by dead tuples without blocking users? It's a vacuum. Not true. Which of the following is correct about truncate instead of delete? Yes. Won't fall for you again. This is update. Which of the following is the difference between vacuum and vacuum full? Which of the following is not true about analyze? And finally, fill in the blanks to finish a query that would allow you to check for the time of the last vacuum. So, last vacuum from pgstat all tables. Yeah. All right, final project. Hopefully this won't break the site. Traffic analytics. In this project, you'll use what you've learned about database maintenance to manage a table that receives constant updates from a network of sensors. Imagine that your company provides information about vehicle traffic around its retail locations. Why would they do that? I don't know, but okay. After anyone passes by one of your company's cameras, observation is created with the time, location, time spent in the observation area, and their distance traveled in the observation area. To start, we'll have a single table in the database named sensor observations with the following format. So ID, date time, location ID, duration, distance in meters, and category. Double precision. Indexes, observation primary key, and observation location ID index on date time. Location ID and date time. Okay, let's first try to understand the size of the table. Write a query to return the total size of the table, excluding indexes. Remember that wrapping your answer will format the value, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So select EG size pretty. What was it? EG total size, I think. On mock observations. Also, this needs to be in quotes. No. PG total size unknown does not exist. Excuse me? Table size, not total size. Table size. Mock does not exist. What? Oh, sensors observations. All right, we got 1192 kilobytes. Does this table have any indexes? Refer to the output from the beginning of this lesson to get the names of these indexes. Write a query that returns the size of each of these indexes. What's the name of the largest index on this table? I don't remember how to do that. Select PG size pretty. PG total relation size on index observations primary key as primary key index, and also PG size pretty on PG total relation size observation location blah 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 as multiple IDX. What is this song? I can ride my bike with no handlebars. Good for you, man. That's definitely a skill to have. Observation P key does not exist. Excuse me? Yes, it does. Let's take a look at the indexes. I have to remember how to check those. Select. What was it? From PG indexes. Okay, select all from PG index indexes where table name was it? Yeah. Table name equals sensor or observations. Observations. Okay, so we have it. What are you talking about? Relation observations p key does not exist. Sensors. Yeah. Okay. Comment this out. All right, so that's the size. Is the table's total relation size consistent with the size of the table data and any indexes? Write a query that returns the size of the table's data, indexes, and total relation size. 3 separate columns. Select the nice pretty my pretty e.g. table size sensors observations table size the size pretty the indexes size on on huh. Can we do 2 indexes here? As IDX size pretty e.g. total relation size and we do the same thing, I think. Total size. Probably not going to work, but yep. Only takes one thing. Or do we just call it on the tables? On the table itself. Observations. Oh, yeah. Okay. Wait, wait a sec. Ah, okay. That's the table size. That's the index size and the total size of the entire thing. Okay. Imagine that sensor observation is updated by some software that's running on each camera. The code that runs on the camera has been updated and will now include the distance field in the feet inside of meters. Write a query that updates the value of distance to feet. Okay. So update sensors observations set distance be equal to distance times 3.281, where distance is not null. Select all from sensors observations limit to 10. Okay, so now the distance is multiplied, but what about before? Location ID 0. It was 10. Now it's 33. Okay. Yeah, that works. No, do not explain me my own SQL queries. I'm good, thank you. Comment these out. Check the size of tables and indexes now. Are they significantly larger following the update? Well, let's take a look. Table size after. IDX size after. And table size after. Oh, crap. Okay, we can copy this. Post this here. Significantly larger? No. But, well, actually, the index size doubled. Holy crap. Run a regular vacuum on the table. Okay. Vacuum sensors observations. Then we check the size again. It increased. Looks like this table hasn't increased its space on disk because of the insert. What insert? Oh, never mind. Okay, let's add some additional data to this table. The original data set contained 10,000 observations of pedestrian, cyclists, and motor vehicles. A new software update has allowed us to add another 1,000 observations of dogs, motorbikes, and trucks. Use the SQL below to add the additional observations to the table. Why not? Except fix the thing here. Check the table now. Okay. Didn't really do much. Run a vacuum full. And check the size now. Oh, it cleaned it up. Nice. Back to the original. Even less than the original. After 1,000 things added. Interesting. Implementing a large delete. Let's remove some of the sensors from our dataset. Perhaps these cameras were faulty and needed to be repaired before they can be redeployed and have their observations included in the dataset. Write a query that deletes all camera locations at location ID greater than 24. Delete from sensors observations where location ID is greater than 24. Sensor observations. What? Sensors observations does not exist. Excuse me. Sensors. Oh, sensors. Sensors. Okay. What effect do you expect this delete would have had on the disk usage? Well, let's take a look. Nada. All right. Using truncate, clear all the values from sensors observations. Ooh. So truncate and sensors observations. To compare the results of truncate and vacuum full, paste the following statements into the editor. These will load the values from the original 10,000 observations and supplemental 1,000 into the table. How would you expect the size of this table compared to the size you found in step 9? I guess it should be greater. Oh, crap. Copied the wrong thing. Let's actually take a look. Yeah, it's greater than the original. It's crazy how that works. Write a query that checks the total table index and combined size of the table now. How does the size of the table size compare to the table size following vacuum full you ran earlier in this project? Yeah, it's like, okay, that it's greater than the original one, that makes sense because we added 1,000 entries to it. But it's greater than after vacuuming. All right, this is a mind F. All right, review. So we have some resources. Performance optimization. The Postgres wiki, I think. Yeah. Okay, no, thank you. Performance case study. No. Performance cheat sheet for PostgreSQL. Take a look. Money don't grow on trees. All right, so this is all about vacuums, explain analyzes, and more stuff that I probably don't need right now. Performance tips, performance tuning, community-driven list of database benchmarks. Huh. Ooh, this is actually interesting. But since I will be working with MS SQL, I don't see any databases on that. So we'll skip that for now as well. And we're done. We're done with databases. Rawr! All right, finally. Jesus. That took a long time. Feels like I've been working with databases for weeks now. Okay, so now we can jump into JavaScript testing. Will give us the opportunity to remember a little bit of JavaScript. And this, okay. Okay. Like, I want to say this shouldn't take long, but then again, the last unit was also like 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, and like 45 minutes, and that took us like 2 weeks. So I'm not gonna start talking now. But these don't look too long. TDD with Mocha. Write good tests with Mocha. Server testing. They won't break. They won't break. Well, might as well give it a shot. Oh yeah, we need to actually go there. Nope. Yep. Yep. Lionheart. All right, so we'll get into testing after taking a small break. As per usual, 10 minutes, nothing grand. I will see you in 10. All right, we're back. Okay, so we are finally done with SQL, at least for now. And now we are jumping back into a little bit of JavaScript because I think testing is an important thing to learn when learning any new language. So we'll do a little bit of JavaScript testing. Hopefully it won't take too long, and after which we will quickly breeze through the DevOps fundamentals and GitHub, and we'll be done with Codecademy. It's been a long time coming, Jesus. Okay. So, see what's covered in the JavaScript testing unit. The goal of this unit is to introduce you to the fundamentals of JavaScript testing and different testing methodologies. You'll use test-driven development as an example of how testing can influence software development. You'll learn about different types of tests and how using tests will catch and identify issues with your code before you deploy it to users. After this unit, you will be able to state the benefits of testing, identify different types of testing and methodologies, write tests using Mocha and Chai, apply TDD techniques to software development, describe how code coverage is used as a metric for testing, and incorporate mocking and spies into tests. Ooh, spies. Spies. I remember watching this really great show about spies. I don't remember what it's called. Show about spies about sleeper spies in US. The Americans, yeah. It was a pretty good show. It's about Cold War. Two Russian spies who are married to each other and have children pose as Americans while residing in Washington D.C. in order to spy on the American government. It was pretty good movie or series actually. All right, let's take a look at what we have in store for us. Okay, imagine checking your bank account online. You have $1,000. The website is updated overnight. You check again in the morning, and your balance is $257. Where did your money go? Is that truly your balance? You report this to the customer service. Thousands of other users report similar issues. Customers close accounts. Back at the bank, a software error is found to be the cause. The bank's developers did not run tests on the software before deploying it to users. Money did not vanish, but its amounts were printed incorrectly on the website. Errors in software are inevitable. Unchecked, these errors can have painful and costly impacts on users and developers. In 2002, a study commissioned by the U.S. Department of Commerce's National Institute of Standards and Technology concluded that software errors cost the U.S. economy about $59 billion annually. Holy crap. To avoid those costs, software professionals use automated testing. During and after production, they can run an automated test suite to give themselves confidence that their products are free of errors and work as expected. This lesson will give you the knowledge and practice to discuss these concepts. By the end of the lesson, you'll be able to define an automated test suite, describe how a test suite is used in software development, and explain the benefits of automated testing. All right, so in this exercise, you have access to a terminal and a browser. You can start, stop, and test a web application from there. Type npm start. Okay. Reload the page in the browser. As a user of the Cakebar suite, you expect there are some errors. Try to enter your name and click the order button. What order button? Oh, this one. There we go. Gig bar. Ball. Cake. Plain. Fillings. I want some bananas on there, and I want some bacon? No. Sprinkles. Choose a stack. Single stack, double stack, centuple stack. Place order. What happened? Bugometer, 2 bugs. Try to enter your name and click order button. The name should be populated at the bottom of the page. Well, it works. 100 pancakes. Try to pick the cake type and order. Continue interacting with the website. Can you find any other errors? All right, so the cake does not get displayed. The stack size. Okay, that's 1. Double stack is 2. Triple stack, 3. Quadruple stack, 4. Quintuple stack, 5. Sextuple stack, 6. Septuple stack, 0. Ah, found a bug. Octuple stack, 8. Non-tuple, no nupple. That's what it's called. No nupple, no nipple. Decouple stack, 10. And centuple stack, 100 stacks. I want all the toppings on a plain thing. Filling, strawberries. and whole wheat, ginger root, bacon, blah, 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 everything. Give me stuff. Okay, I think that's only 4 bugs. Manual testing. Software testing is the process of assessing the completeness and quality of computer software. Usually, this is done by running a part of a system, like a web application, and comparing the actual behavior to the expected behavior. One way to perform software testing is manual testing. Manual testing is a form of testing done by a human interacting with a system. With web apps, this might be clicking, dragging, and typing stuff through a web page. A list of actions and expected behaviors would be given. If the observed behavior doesn't match the expected behavior, the application has an error. Errors like the ones you may have found in the provided web page app are also called bugs. Sip of coffee. A bug is an error, fault, or flaw in the software that makes a system behave in unexpected ways. As you read in the last exercise, these unexpected behaviors can cause harm to users. Ideally, testing catches bugs before they are sent to users. Do not send bugs to users. Bugs are bad. All right, so the same application is provided. As a manual test engineer for this app, you have been provided some features to test. Manually test the web app by following the list provided. Okay, npm start and reload. So scroll down and expect the web page to start with a blank order. Well, yes, it does start with a blank order. Type a name and click place order. Scroll down and expect deliver to display the submitted name. Place order. The name is here. Okay. A blank note will not overwrite the existing name. It did. Select a cake type and click and place the order. Expect cake to display the selected cake type. So, plain. Do I need to add fillings? No. Does not display the type. Check some fillings. Expect fillings to display your selected fillings. Strawberries. Sure. Macadamia. Sure. Sprinkles. Sure. Chocolate chips. Yes. Bacon. Yeah. Blueberries. Banana. Apple. Okay, displays all of them. Choose a stack size. Expect pancake count to display number equivalent to the stack size. Double is 2. Yeah, no kidding. Centuple stack. We know that 7, which is septuple, doesn't work. Yeah. All right, let's move on. Automated testing. How long did it take you to manually test the application in the previous exercise? If you repeated the process 100 times, how often do you think you would make a mistake? In a company, someone must be paid to do that work, so every hour of manual testing has a cost. The cost of testing can be reduced, and the quality can be improved with automated testing. Automated testing is the use of software to control the execution of tests and the comparison of actual behavior to expected behavior. All the testing you just did, and more, could be performed by a computer program. Compared to manual testing, automated testing is faster, more reliable, because it's less prone to errors than a human is, and it's maintainable. You can review, edit, and extend a collection of tests. Rather than hire a testing team at the end of development, professional developers can run their automated tests after every change. The workflow might look like this: write code and tests. Enter a command into the terminal to run tests. If the app behaves as intended, all tests should pass. Development is complete. If it does not behave as intended, at least one test should fail. Fix code and return to step 2. Roger that. All right, so this web app is set up with automated tests. Run them by entering npm test in the terminal. Npm test. It's was something supposed to happen. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the tests align with the expected behavior in the previous exercise. Which methods caught more bugs? All right, so what do we have here? Does not overwrite name if blank name submitted. Displays the selected cake type. Displays multiple fillings. Displays the number equivalent to the stack size. Starts with blank order. Displays submitted name. Test failed. Okay. The test suite. Tests are written with code, just like the rest of your web app. You can refer to the code defining your app as implementation code and the code defining your tests as test code. A collection of tests for a web application is called test suite. In the last exercise, you ran a test suite with npm test. In that case, the test suite contained all tests for the application. Test code is included with and structured similarly to implementation code. Oftentimes, changes to test code are associated with changes to implementation code and vice versa. Both are easier to maintain and they are stored in the same place. For example, if implementation code is written in index.js, then the corresponding test code may be written in indextest.js. Okay, so all the bugs have been fixed. Confirm that by running test suite and check your work once you see all the tests pass. npm test. npm user visits index test. npm. So I have to write the whole thing out. User visits index test. Yeah, no. npt. I wrote npt. No, I wrote npm. What are you talking about? I wrote npt test the first time. Okay. Clear, please. Okay, it doesn't clear anything. npm test. Okay, it passed now. Check work. In the test output, find the string starts with blank order. The string defines part of the user's visit index feature in the application. So find it in the test feature user visit test index.js file. Okay. So it starts with a blank order, behavior 1, blah, 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 browser URL. Change starts with blank order to starts with empty order. Starts with an empty order. Run test again. To my own devices. Starts with an empty order. Okay. That test is interacting with the index web page, which is controlled by index handlebars. Add some text to make the order not empty. At the bottom of index handlebars, around line 122, add your name next to order name. Okay. Run the test suite. npm test. Your change in handlebars affected the outcome of tests in features blah blah blah. When you make the order not empty, the starts with an empty order test fails. Interesting. Okay. Tests as documentation. Imagine explaining this cake bar app to someone else. How does it behave? Does it rely on other software? How do you run it on a computer? You could read every line in every file to figure that out. Or you could read the documentation. Documentation is any content or why are you chewing on your leg? Get that leg out of your mouth. Yeah, that's right. I'm watching you. He's like just chewing on his leg. Documentation is any content separate from implementation code that explains how it works or how to use it. It may provide more concise summaries and explanation that the implementation code can. Documentation can come in many forms, including plain text, diagrams, and tests. Tests as documentation provide what many other forms cannot. Both human readable text to describe the application and machine executable code to confirm the app works as described. This code block from the Cakebar app describes the tests, describe and tests the name functionality. Okay, so we essentially what we're doing here, we do it, then we're sort of defining a function. And we're asserting something. I guess we'll learn that as we go. You can read the description in plain English terms. It accepts the customer name. You can run the test to confirm the functionality works as described. Okay. Copy and paste the code below into test feature use blah 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 file. This part of the text explains the functionality in easy to read text. When you're done, click run. Sure. Where do we paste it? Just anywhere? I guess. At the bottom. Copy and paste the body of the test within that block underneath the line containing it. Oh, so this is the actual test stuff. Test. Test this manually. npm. Oh, failing. Deletes the selected options. npm start. So to clear an order, deletes the selected options. No, it doesn't. Okay. Regression. The new clear order button feature has been implemented to satisfy the new test. When adding a new feature to your product, it's possible that something will break. If that break occurs within a feature developed earlier, it's called regression. When functionality previously developed and tested stops working, you may say the functionality regressed. Running an automated test suite is fast and repeatable, which means you can run tests after every change to confirm that old features still work. If they have regressed, the test output should notify you. Okay, code to implement the new clear order feature has been added. Start the app and manually test the new and old button features. VM start. Let's reload this. Okay, let's take a look if it actually works. Plain, let's do a septuple. Place the order. Now the orders don't place. Uh-oh. Stop the app by pressing Control C. Okay, there we go. npm test. All right, so everything's breaking now. We broke everything. Well, Codecademy did, not me. I didn't write any code for this. Here's the bug. The clear button is using place order instead of clear order, making both buttons clear the order. All right, so we gotta find 117. Clear. All right. Wait, no. Check work. Fix the regression. Step 2, in routes index around line 13. Replace the first instance of router post with clear order. All right. Run the test again. Hey, it works. Okay. Review. Writing automated tests takes time, but the cost is outweighed by the benefits. Automated testing increases confidence that your product works as expected, improves upon documentation, and reduces the likelihood of regression. Sure. Boom. So, does it work? Yeah. Though I would fix this, there not being a space between fillings. What if we do all of them? All right, it works. Testing types. In this article, you will be introduced to the different types of testing that may be used throughout the various stages of a project, from local development to shipping to real users. So what are the types? At different stages of production for a particular project, you may encounter the opportunity for different types of tests, which can vary in scale and resource intensity, as well as serve different purposes. The type of testing we will discuss in this article are unit, integration, and end-to-end. Okay. Gonna go to bed? Yeah. Gonna go to bed? So we're gonna go to bed. Mr. Bed Boy. Throughout this article, we will discuss how each of these types of tests can be applied to a basic weather application. So end-to-end tests are the most expensive and they're slowest. Well, it makes sense because you have to like test the entire application. Integration tests are like middle, and unit tests are cheapest and the fastest. Right, because you can, as far as I know, you can write these as you code, basically. And so they don't really require that much input or that much like investment besides a little bit of time. So unit tests. A unit test covers the smallest possible unit of testable code, such as a single function. In order to keep the scope of a unit test focused on the unit being tested, any data or behavior from other units or external sources that the unit relies on should be replaced with fake mock data or behavior. For example, in a weather application, we might have a number of functions that each handle a small piece of computation, such as converting Fahrenheit to Celsius or formatting incoming weather data from an API. Unit tests would be written first to ensure that these functions can perform independently before we move on to testing how they work together. Any data that might come in from an external database or an API would be mocked. Right? An integration test covers how the units of a particular program work with one another. When testing integrations with external services, only the handling of incoming data is tested while the data itself remains mocked. Okay. So, for example, in weather application, integration tests would be written to ensure that the weather data fetched from an API will be properly formatted to be displayed to the user. It would also ensure that delays, errors, or invalid data from the external service would be handled properly once they are introduced. Data itself would be mocked. This music is just like going places where I don't want it to go. End-to-end tests. An end-to-end test, sometimes referred to as a UI layer test or E2E, automates user flow to test the application in a way that a real user would experience it. To closely match the end user's experience, this type of testing would also test interaction with external services such as databases and APIs. So, for example, in a weather application, end-to-end tests might be written to simulate a user searching for a particular location, selecting that location, choosing Celsius or Fahrenheit, and clicking through various aspects of the UI. In this test, the actual database and external API is used. Okay, so mock actual data and product testing, basically. So, how do these tests relate? The order of tests in this article, unit, integration, end-to-end, represents an increase in resource intensity, time, computation, and money, and the scope of the tests, amount of code being tested. Due to the increasing complexity, tests of these types may initially be written in this order. However, as an application is developed, new features may be tested using all three types simultaneously, with each providing different feedback to the developer or testing team. A typical developer's feedback loop using these various test types might be make code changes, make a pull request. The code change has tests run against it, unit integration, sometimes E2E. These, if there are any failures, then the dev will work on fixes in their local development environment. Repeat steps 1 to 4 until all tests pass. The pull request is allowed to be merged. So I assume you can also, but like, okay, the tests have to be pre-written by someone then. All right, let's move on. What is a software bug? An issue uncovered in manually testing only. A functionality described by a test, an error, fault, or flaw in software that makes the system behave in unexpected ways. What is the difference between implementation code and test code? Test code checks the behavior of implementation code. Test code can be divided into multiple files. Well, it can. Test code outputs text to the terminal. Test code can be executed. A developer is planning her testing approach. She can either write an automated test suite or perform manual testing on her application. Which statement is true? Performing manual tests will be faster than executing automated tests. Not necessarily. She will have more reliable results using automated testing. Yes, she will write less code if she automates tests. If she uses automated tests. No. If she only writes automated tests, she will not have any documentation. What is the relation between software testing, automated testing, and manual testing? Manual testing and software testing are types of automated testing. No. Software testing uses automation software. Manual and automated testing do not. What the hell are you talking about? Software and automated testing test the entire product. Manual testing only tests part of the product. Nope. Automated testing and manual testing are types of software testing. Yes. Testing can improve a business and its products. Which of these outcomes can testing not achieve? Eliminate all bugs from occurring. Serve as a form of documentation. Improve customer relations by improving user experience with a product. Reduce the amount of time spent fixing software errors. Eliminate all bugs from occurring. What is automated testing? Run npm test. Okay. The use of software to control the execution of tests and the comparison of actual outcomes to predicted outcomes. A test is one type of documentation. Which description separates tests from other forms of documentation? They can be executed and the outcome reflects the current state of the software under test. Describes how a software product works, can be viewed separately from implementation code. It can be written in text and shared. Only tests are executable, and the output will provide information about the current state of the implementation code. Nikki's blog application allows users to create, read, and update blog posts. Given this context, which of these is an example of regression? Before Nikki makes any changes to her app, a blogger discovers a bug in the reading feature. No. Nikki writes a new test, which is failing. Nikki decides to replace updating with deletion. She adds a deletion feature and removes the updating feature. No. Adds a deletion feature to her application. In testing, she discovers that the creation feature no longer behaves as expected. Yep. The benefits of automated testing tend to outweigh its costs. Select the true statement about testing costs and benefits. Automated tests cannot catch regressions. They can. Tests are not a form of documentation. They are. In the short run, tests take time to write. In the long run, they can save time in catching bugs. Yes. Automated testing increases the chances that bugs are deployed to the users. Quite the opposite, actually. What is a test suite? Software used to run automated tests, the act of running all tests for a software application, collection of tests for a software application, or the command used to run automated tests. Easy peasy. Okay, software testing methodologies. Learn about software testing methodologies and some specific strategies that use a test-first approach to software development. Imagine this scenario. You've written some code for a new feature and it's time to test it. You deploy your development version of the code and interact with all of the features of your application that were impacted. This could include features you built in the past and anything new. You repeat that process for different browsers and devices, and a few hours later, you're confident that it's ready to go. But then you deploy it to production, and the error reports start to come in. This scenario describes the process of manual testing, which is time-consuming, can result in errors being overlooked, and can't be repeated easily. To get around this issue, related to manual testing, organizations generally use software to automate their testing processes to validate code. Just scratching my eye. For some reason, it got really itchy. Are you chewing a rope? Are you chewing a rope with your little chompers? Chomp, chomp, chomp. Chomp, chomp, chomp. He's like, why are you staring at me? It's weird. For whatever reason, when he's doing something and I start to look at him, he stops. And he's like, why are you staring at me? Stop staring at me. Okay, what is software testing? What is a software testing methodology? Testing methodologies are specific strategies for testing all of the pieces of your software to make sure it behaves as expected. These strategies include many ways to test software, such as unit testing, integration testing, performance testing, and more. In this article, we'll take a closer look at testing practices that use a test-first approach to software development. Why use software testing methodologies? Well, there are many reasons that organizations adopt software testing methodologies, among which software errors can cost companies resources such as money and users. Testing results in better reliability. Testing can provide a better end user experience, and failing tests help indicate which part of the software is not working when bugs occur. Overall, the primary goal of testing is to make software development more efficient, reliable, and future-proof. All right, so different types. Software testing methodologies prioritize writing test cases before writing the code those test cases will validate. Those types include TTD, behavior-driven development, BDD, specification by example, SBE, acceptance test-driven development, ATDD. These methodologies are particularly relevant for teams that use an agile or iterative approach to software development. Teams don't have to pick one testing solution and stop there. Several approaches can be used by the same team at different stages of development. Following sections can take a closer look at TTD and BDD and where they fit into the development cycle to give some more context on testing methodologies in practice. It's a lot of reading. So, test-driven development. I got your raccoon. I got your raccoon. Oh, got your raccoon. Go get it. Like a part of his bed is wet from all the licking he did on his leg. Okay, test-driven development. Testing doesn't necessarily have to occur after code has been written. Test-driven development is a methodology that flips the order, where tests are written before the functioning code is written. By writing tests in this order, test cases can start with the definition of their purpose or use case. Those use cases define the specification and documentation on what actions are be supported by the new code. TTD tests look at the components of code, like functions and classes, as the smallest unit to test. In practice, TDD can accelerate software development since it dictates short development cycles with direct test cases. There are many other benefits of test-driven development. Developers can better understand the requirements of code before writing the code. Code that will never be executed won't be added to the code base. The scope of development is reduced and code is written with testability in mind. TDD is not the only testing methodology that takes a test-first approach to software development. Then we have behavior-driven development, which is another testing methodology that uses the strategy of writing test cases before code is behavior-driven development. It is extremely similar to TDD in terms of process. Where these two methodologies differ is in why or when tests are written, what an additional unit is considered to be, what an individual unit is considered to be, and how the language of the test is composed. Since BDD tests are driven by behavior, the language of the test cases are simplified and written via collaboration between engineers, product owners, and other stakeholders to ensure the specified behaviors make sense from a user perspective. It can be said that BDD is more specific than TDD. Changes to the code base, such as changing the design of the code, will not occur unless there's a relevant change. Did you fall out of your bed? Did you fall out of your bed? Yeah. Come here. I'll give you some pets. Give you some. Yeah. Want some pets? Yeah. You want some pets? The store wants some pets. All right. Since those changes are feature related, the unit of tests is called a feature. Test cases are related to whether or not the feature works, rather than if the individual function or classes you're writing to develop features work. Altogether, the tests are about how the product behaves, not the nitty-gritty technical details. I see. Because the feature can be comprised of many functions, and the idea behind testing that would be to test whether the feature works, not whether the functions work. But if the functions don't work, then the feature is not going to work. It's a bit odd. All right. I'm sure we'll dive deeper into those two. So we'll see. Introduction. Automate and organize tests. Testing is an essential part of development. When used properly, testing can catch and identify issues with your implementation code before you deploy to users. Instead of testing every function manually, developers automate their tests with a test framework. Developers use test frameworks to organize and automate tests to provide useful feedback when errors occur. In this lesson, we will use the Mocha test framework to write tests against JavaScript methods. Sure. So we will learn to write basic Mocha test suite, use Node's assertion OK method to verify the expected output of your code, understand and apply the 4 phases of a test to create an expressive testing suite, and evaluate the quality of your tests against the characteristics of a good test, which are what? Oh my god, more reading. Fast, complete, reliable, isolated, maintainable, expressive, and conclusion. Probably not part of the characteristics, but all right. A complete test suite is provided for you on the right. Run Run the suite and view its output by typing npm test in the terminal and hitting enter. npm test. Bam. Passing. What code would that be? Oh my god. Oh my god. Where's the code? What are you testing? Oh, math. Okay, never mind. They're testing the math function. All right, install Mocha. Before writing any tests, you'll need to use Node.js and npm to set up a JavaScript project and install Mocha. Node allows you to run JavaScript in the terminal. npm is a Node tool that allows you to download packages from the web and manage them in a JavaScript project. Mocha is one of those packages and is used to test other JavaScript code. A JavaScript project is a directory of files. The following command creates a package JSON that can be used to manage packages for the project. After running this command, you will be prompted to enter information about your project. It's okay to skip some fields if you're not ready to enter that information. With your project set up, you can install packages. Take a break. I did. I will be taking one soon, another one soon though. But finally, we're in testing. We're done with SQL, at least for a little while. We're back with JavaScript, just covering some testing. Breaks are for wussies. We don't do breaks around here. We're big old grumpy men. Yeah, thanks. So some installation is probably in order, especially if I want to get Mocha working on VS Code. Do you know any? What languages do you know? Wait, you told me, right? C++, Python. Do you know JavaScript? npm install tells npm to install package from the internet and any other package it depends on. No, you don't? Oh, okay. Mocha is the package you want to download. -d signifies that this package is a development dependency and will show up under the dev dependency section in package.json. This means that the package will only be included in development mode and will not be included in the production bundle. Once you npm install packages, you can find the packages in all their dependencies in the node modules folder. New directory structure contains the following. All right, so npm init. This utility will walk you through creating a package.json file. It only covers the most common items and tries to guess sensible defaults. Sure. Learn Mocha, install Mocha I. What? Name. Initialize blah blah blah. Hit enter to skip each prompt. Okay. That should have created. Did you pay for this tutorial? Yeah. This is the pro version of Codecademy. I pay I think like $12 a month, something like this, something like that. But I think it's worth it. Like their materials is pretty good quality. They teach everything fairly in depth. The only complaint that I have about Codecademy is that their code editor is a bit wonky sometimes. Or at least the way it interprets your code. For example, like the code that you write might be okay. It might perform as expected, but if you miss like, I don't know, a semicolon somewhere, the Codecademy is not going to accept your answer. And then you have to hunt it down and there's also no suggestions for code, so that's a little bit of a downside, but other than that, it's fine. Also, some people complain about the fact that there's not that many projects to work on. I don't know. I find the project amount sufficient. They might not be as big in scope as some people would like, but it's enough to solidify knowledge. And later you can just look up whatever you forget, but you do know what you like you do know what you need to look up, as opposed to just like learning somewhere else and then you're like, okay, I don't know what I don't know. So initialize the project, check work. Yep. Install Mocha as a package and save it as a dependency. All right, so npm, excuse me, npm install, npm, not mpn, npm install Mocha -d. Boom. So this is like, I think it's like pip for Python, pretty much. Just package manager. Do you always speak out loud when you study? No, I don't. But I feel like it might be just placebo. But I feel like I internalize the theory better when I do, because it forces me to read slower. So then I can actually understand what I'm reading, as opposed to reading something silently and then you like skip words, sometimes assume something and you just keep going without understanding it fully. So no, I don't read out loud just for the fun of it. I feel like it does actually help, at least a little bit. All right, we're done. After installing Mocha as a dependency, we can run it in two ways. The first and more tedious method is to call it directly from node modules. Right, so you have to provide the whole path. The second and recommended method is to add a script to package.json in the scripts object in the package blah 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 blah. So this is similar to VS Code stuff that we did with the npn start and stuff. Test suite automatically. Okay, so using the guide above, set the test script to Mocha in package.json. This connects the command line command npm test with the Mocha package. Okay, so we just do Mocha. Yes, I think. And then we do npm test. Warning, could not find any test files matching test. You will see a warning in terminal. There aren't any tests to run yet. Okay. So what is this file structure? Node modules. This is a JSON file. Where do you write the tests themselves? In the index? Probably. Describe and it blocks. Huh? In Mocha, we group tests using the describe function and define tests using the it function. Group tests using the describe function and define tests using the it function. These two functions can be used to make your test suite complete, maintainable, and expressive in the following ways. Structures your test suite. You can organize tests into nested groups that reflect the structure of your implementation code. Okay. And provide informative messages. You can define your tests using human-readable strings. If you are testing a math object with the method.max, you could use the following test code. So describe it returns the argument with the highest value, returns infinity when no arguments are provided. Both the describe and it functions accept two parameters, a descriptive string and a callback function. Though the functions are flexible, they are commonly used in the structure above. Nest describe blocks the resemble blocks to nest describe blocks to resemble the structure of your implementation code and write individual tests in it blocks. Oh, I see. So this is not a call to the function itself. This is just a description. And then you provide the function here, I assume. This makes your test suite, isolated, maintainable, and expressive. So here's an example of why I read everything out loud, is because if I had read this slowly, I probably wouldn't have stopped. I understand the individual words, but it takes me a while to understand the meaning. So reading it out loud helps me to sort of mull through the meaning of the sentence rather than just the individual words. Okay, so using the previous example as a guide, you will write a describe it block for the function mathmin. Question is, though, is like, do I need to nest it like this? Why can't I just do describe max math max? It's a bit odd, but index test.js, where is, oh, test folder. Okay, what about package.json? Okay, test.js. Ah, so it's looking for the file in here. Okay, okay. Close. Close, please. Okay, never mind. Okay, so describe math function. And then another describe doing max. Oh, dot max. It returns the argument with the highest value. That's the function call. And then the test goes here. Okay. So this describe block ends here. And we write another it here. Returns infinity when no arguments are provided. Also, I guess another reason is why I read out loud is because it sort of helps. It helps for viewers who come in here to not, I don't know, to have fun viewing. Because I guess if I was just sitting here in silence reading most of the time, it's not very interesting to watch. Like, I also have to keep in mind that people come here and they're looking for entertainment. As much of entertainment can coding be, I guess. But test goes here. And some people might just be like just drinking coffee in the morning, watching their stream or watching the stream or something. They might just need some background noise while going to sleep, maybe. Okay, so oh, we need min, not max. It feels alive. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't understand. Like, why do you, I don't understand people, because I do visit a lot of streams of smaller streamers for a couple of reasons. One, to check out the competition. Also, to just interact with someone who's like interesting, see what other people are doing. And I do not understand the streamers that are just sitting there. You see a guy that's been streaming for like 4 hours, and I hop into his stream, and he's just sitting silent for like 20 minutes straight. Like, what are you doing? What do you expect here to happen? People come in here, they see that you're sitting there silent. Okay, congratulations if they start talking to you first, but they probably won't. And people will feel more encouraged to talk to you if you're already talking about something. It gives them something to hook onto and be like, okay, you're telling a story about your dog. People come in, they see that you're talking about your dog, they can start talking about their dog. It's like a conversation starter. Mm, okay, so have you learned Django? Yeah, I have. In my bootcamp, actually. was the first like web app development framework that I've learned. Well, first and only currently. Took me a while, actually. The fact that the pace of the bootcamp was just like insane also didn't help. But eventually I did get a basic understanding of it. I'm not pro or like even good at it by no means. And it's been so long since I've done anything with Django that I probably already forgot like half the things. But yeah, I did a couple of projects with Django. Have a couple of websites created. Also, what else did I do? Oh yeah, my bootcamp final was a to-do list website thing. Favorite job, full stack or something? No. Ideally, I would like to do something in the back end. Well, ideally, I would probably want to do something with AI. But that's probably like half the programmers around. They're like, because it's the new thing. It's the new kid on the block. Everybody wants to play with. But I guess AI is my first pick. Then I'd probably I don't know. Like I don't know much about it, but I'm kind of interested in cybersecurity. I've actually tried out some hacking. Well, okay, hacking, but like I did this cybersecurity course back in the day, got as far as downloading like a or like setting up a virtual Linux environment and like playing around with some tools in there. So that's, I guess, that would be my second pick. Then it's back end, and then it's front end. Front is boring. I wouldn't say it's boring. I would just say that it requires you to have more of a like a design focused mind rather than a programmer focused mind. Because I just find front end tedious, you know? It's not that complicated, I would say, as far as I've tried it out. It's just tedious. Just like, okay, I'm using Bootstrap. Now I have to like sift through the documentation to find the specific classes that I might need, or like check out all these different classes and see what looks good and blah blah blah. It's just tedious. All right, so within the block, create another describe block using min as descriptive string. Done. And done. Wait, no, not done. Within the block, create an id block using returns the argument with lowest value as the descriptive string. Oh. So we just needed one block, not two. Not the whole thing, please. Just this tiny value. Yep. Machine learning and AI is great, but it needs great fundamental of math. Yeah, that's that's my weak spot, and probably, I don't know, the reason why I will not do AI or machine learning, because I'm terrible at math. I don't know what it is about math, but it's just never been easy for me. I even a couple of years ago, trying to remember when, maybe like 5 years ago, I tried starting a sort of math, well, doing basically the same what I'm doing now, except with math. I was following a course, I was like learning math, and like I learned, what are they called? Like functions, I guess. You know, like when you're trying to balance the values with an equal sign, like x3 minus 7 equals 7x, blah, blah, blah. So I was learning that, and I learned it, but then a couple of, like, I don't know, a month passed, and I just, equations, yeah. I learned it, but then after a while, I just, like a month or something, I just forgot everything completely again. So I was like, what's the point? You have to be using it constantly to retain the knowledge. And then I never got any better at it. Not even talking about like more complex stuff than equations, because equations are the basic stuff, pretty much. But my math knowledge, or like my math improvement, stopped at like grade 6, I think. It is a bit troublesome at times when programming, because even normal programming requires some math. So might pick up math again as the time goes on. Maybe I'll have better success this time. Who knows? So, in the last exercise, you learned how to organize and automate tests using Mocha Test Framework. To write the tests themselves, we can use the assert OK method provided by Node.js. In programming, a test compares an expected outcome to an actual outcome. For example, we expect the outcome of the following code. Const A equals 1 plus 2. To B, A has a value of 3. To test the value saved to A with plain JavaScript, you would need to write a conditional statement comparing A to the expected result. Inside the statement, you would construct an error when the actual outcome does not match the expected. So throw, failed, blah, 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 blah. Understand, I think math is one of the few things in the world that needs more talent over hard work. Maybe. I don't know. There is this bias, right? That some people just have the brain for math, but I don't know the validity of that. Like maybe there's some studies done. Actually, okay. Can anyone learn math studies? Stanford Online. Is this a study? I think so. Course concepts. Oh, it's a course. Online, self-paced. Well, I guess we're doing math now. Just forget programming. There's no such thing as a math person. This session gives stunning new evidence on brain growth and consider what it means for math learners. When individuals change their mindset from fixed to growth, their learning potential increases drastically. In this session, participants will be encouraged to develop a growth mindset for math. How old I am? I'm 30. Recently turned 30. In February. Though I don't look like I'm 30. Maybe with my beard. But if I shave and get a better, decent haircut, then I look like I'm like 25 or something. I don't know. I would love to do a math course as well in conjunction with programming, but I don't have the time in the day for it. It's already two things that I have to. Profile picture is like 18. Oh yeah, that picture is old as hell. That picture, I think it's like 10 years old. My girlfriend was like, maybe take a more recent picture. It was like, nah. Okay. Ha 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 ha. Maybe I will. Okay, now that you mention it. Matter of fact, let's add it to our to-do list. All right, things to do. Take a new profile pic. Okay. I will do this. Just because, well, you I was going to say just because you asked, but you didn't really ask. But just because you mentioned it. All right, so assert allow assert okay allows you to compare values and throw errors as needed. Dude, I'm proud of you that at this age you're interested in learning. I love it. I mean, yeah, cuz I don't know. You know, it took me for 10 years, right? Since I finished high school, I went to look for a thing that I was interested in, that I could dedicate a lot of time into, that I could see results, that I could be proud of, and just like one thing that I would be good at. And for 10 years, I was looking for that thing. I tried so many things. I tried sports. I had my own business. I went into construction for a little bit. I tried restaurant business. What else? I worked for Philip Morris, where I went from like a helper hand to a leadership position. in process of which I learned a little bit about like mechanics and whatnot, and and nothing stuck. Freaking painting, gaming, streaming. Also tried streaming back in the day. What else? Singing, music. I played guitar. I did singing when I was in school. I was in a band. Like so many things, and nothing stuck. Nothing really grabbed my attention for a long time. And finally, with programming, it just scratches that itch. It's like, this is for me. This is my thing. I want to do this constantly, and I'm constantly thinking about this. And it's obsessive. It's like an addiction. So it took me 10 years to find it, but I'm glad I did. And also, of course, I'm glad of all the things that I've tried. You know, those are experiences as well. But this is fine. This is good. I like this. And yeah, I understand, bro. Good luck. Okay, I started rambling, and Irfan's scared now, running away. You probably need to go to sleep. It's like what, 4 in the morning there again? Go to bed, you lunatic. Almost 1 o'clock. Yeah, all the more reason. At those time frames, 1 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning, it doesn't really matter. It's still early as hell or late as hell. Off to bed with you. Probably the first streamer on Twitch who's just like telling his viewers to get out of here. Okay, we're gonna take a break. It's a little bit overdue. 10 minutes as usual, and I will be back momentarily. So see you then. You will stop being sleepy when we go outside. It's a nice day today. I might take a little bit longer lunch break so he can run around a little bit longer. Because he's been born in winter, so he hasn't had the chance yet to experience any like warm sunny days. Because there haven't been any. You're on time. I try to be. So he hasn't really experienced any like sunny, warm days yet. Because we haven't had any since he was born for like 7 months now. Jesus Christ. So yeah. Okay, let's get back to it. Import assert with the require function. I didn't finish reading this, have I? No. Allows you to compare values and throw errors as needed using one function call. Okay, the small human readable format of the functions will help you make a more expressive test suite. As a node module, assert can be imported at the top of your files with const assert equals require assert. Okay. In this case, a equals 3 values to true, so no error is thrown. If an argument passed into assert OK values to false, assertion error is thrown. The error communicates to Mocha that a test has failed, and Mocha logs the error message to the console. Okay, so we do const assert equals require assert. And then we can just write assert dot okay and provide the thing. So 3 plus 4 supposed to be equal to 8, which will throw an error. Okay, npm test. Yes. Returns the sum of its arguments. Okay, so we described the function that we want to test. Where does this plus come in? Passing, failing. False equals true. Plus, oh, here. Plus returns the sum of its arguments. Okay. Where is this function, though? It's an index. Wait, but you also have to write it with it? Why are these duplicate? I'm confused now. Okay, well, let's say it works. The argument passed into assert_OK throws an error. You should see some descriptive feedback in the console. Make the expression value to true by replacing 8 with a 7. And test. Okay, now it passed. So plus returns the sum of its arguments. Okay. Okay, that's not that complicated of a syntax, I feel like. Just do assert OK. This can be renamed to whatever. So we could even do like just A to simplify the code further, and it should work the same. npm test. Yeah, okay. All right, not that complicated. Let's move on. Setup exercise and verify. In this exercise, you will be separating a test into setup, exercise, and verify phases. This distinct and well-defined separation of steps makes your tests more reliable, maintainable, and expressive. Setup. Create objects, variables, and set conditions that your test depends on. Exercise. Execute the functionality you're testing. Verify. Check your expectations against the results of the exercise phase. You can use the assert library here. Okay. So the same test is written twice. Once in a native approach, once using setup and setup exercise and verify phase. So we have a pop function, returns the last element in the array. So assert OK pop. Oh, we just use the function call itself. Should equal to night. I guess a more comprehensive way would be to do array dot or array -1, but and then here this is the same, have an it clause. We set variables Jedi path, Padawan, and night string. Night, okay. Popped Jedi path, just pop it off. Exercise and verify. Okay, so instead of using instead of mashing everything into one, we want to split things as much as possible. I see. All right. So npm test failed. Both tests have errors. The test output will tell you which line threw an error for each test. Following the examples below, fix both tests using the correct call to pop. So, line 15. Pop is not defined. Ah. Should be Jedi path.pop. Okay, let's try npm test. That's fine. Returns the last element in the array native. Pop is not defined. Where else are we calling it? Oh, here. So take this away. Just have a function call from the array. Native. Wait, no. Returns the last element in the array. Native is not defined. Eh? Native. Okay, sure. But where's the array? Oh, never mind. Maybe we can just do this instead. All right, let's see if that worked. Yeah. Okay, well. Which test approach was easier to read and edit? Well, I guess, I don't know. This is fine. For readability, sure, this is better. For writing, this is better, at least in my opinion, but let's move on. Teardown. So far, we've been writing just one test using a single it block. However, in most situations, we will need to write many tests for a particular feature that get executed in succession. Running multiple tests can introduce issues if the tests make changes to the testing environment. Changes to the testing environment in one test might affect the next test. Some common changes to an environment include altering files and directory structure, changing read and write permissions on a file, or editing records in a database. To address this issue, we often add a teardown step to the end of our tests. The teardown phase makes our tests isolated by resetting the environment before the next test runs. This provides two key benefits. Changes to the environment caused by one test do not affect the other tests. An isolated test can be executed in any order. All right. So this exercise uses Node.js file system library fs in addition to assert. It's okay if you're not familiar with fs, and I'm not. We will briefly explain key methods we're using. So fs append file sync creates a new file at path with a string as content. If a file at path exists, the string str will be appended to the end. All right, and fs read file sync path returns the contents of the file found at path. Sure. The first test found in this exercise verifies that we can use fs append file sync to create a file called message.txt with the string hello node.js. The second test verifies that we can do the same, but with an empty string. If you open up your file system, you'll see that the file text message.txt doesn't exist yet. Run the test in terminal. Okay. So I'm assuming it's because of lack of teardown. It creates a new file. But here it cannot because there's already one file existing. Is Node.js a backend framework? Yeah. It's sort of a terminal type of thing for JavaScript. Like, essentially, once you install Node.js, for example, I have installed it for my VS Code thingy, you can then have git bash and sort of Node.js working together. So then you can use npm commands on git bash type of deal. I'm not going to pretend I know exactly what Node.js is, but as far as I know, that's what it is. Okay. Note the new file created in your directory. It should have the text hello Node.js. Just out of curiosity, what is Node.js? Is a cross-platform open source JavaScript runtime environment that can run on Windows, Linux. Okay, so it's a runtime environment essentially. Lets developers. Oh yeah, basically, because as far as I can remember, in the beginning when JavaScript came out, it was you could only use it for front end. But Node.js allows you to use it on back end too. I guess that would have been a better explanation. So in both tests, we're modifying the environment by creating a new message.txt file. However, the current tests do not have any teardown phase. The test fails because the second test appends an empty string to the file created from the first test instead of creating a new file with just an empty string. Furthermore, if you were to run the test file again, the first test would now fail. Yeah, makes sense. npm test. And both failed. Okay. So show me the teardown phase. You got different output because the test was not isolated. In the first run, the file didn't exist, so fs append file sync created a message.txt file containing the string. In the second run, the method added to the string to the end of message.txt because it already existed. The second test failed because the string blah 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 blah. Okay. rm message.txt. That got it deleted. To ensure that each test is isolated from each other and that each run of the test file. Wait, what? To ensure that each test is isolated from each other and that each run of the test file is isolated. Test file isolate. Okay, I cannot read. And that each run of the test file isolated. Is it just me or this sentence doesn't make sense? And that each run of the test file isolated. Am I having a stroke? Okay, we will add a teardown step to the test. In this case, we want to make sure that after each test, the file found at the path is deleted. All right. So we just do fs dot unlink sync path. Okay. Wait, what? All beneath a teardown comment in both tests. In both tests. Why are there two tests? Oh, both tests. Oh, I'm like, have you done lead code yet? I did. I did lead code a couple of months ago, but I had a really hard time. So I was like, okay, what do I need to have a better time? And one of the main things that I was suggested was to learn more about data structures and algorithms. So I did a course also on Codecademy about data structures and algorithms. It took me like almost a month to get through that course. But yeah, it was pretty fun. It was good knowledge. And after that, somehow I just didn't get back to lead code because I was like, I got the job offer. I was like more interested in learning things that I actually need instead of just sitting on lead code unnecessarily. So yes, in short, yes, I've done lead code. All right, so we run npm test again. All right. Okay, so to reiterate, for effective tests, we need a setup phase, we need an exercise phase, a verify phase, and sometimes a teardown phase. Okay. Hooks. Have you done any lead code? Irfan? Over the last two exercises, we learned about the four main phases of a test. Got a job offer? Essentially because I am still like, okay, they gave me a pseudo job offer. They're like, okay, we would like to, we're interested in having you as an employee, but you're still lacking a little bit of knowledge. So go through this course, our like indoors certification program that they have. Um, plug your holes, and then you can have a technical interview. And if you pass that interview, you can essentially you'll get a job. So they like assign me a mentor, they send me the course, and yeah, I'm just doing it off the camera because I can't really show any of it. And I'm not really in a rush. I enjoy learning here. I enjoy learning new things. So I'm doing basically this on camera, and then I do separate learning off camera, like on the weekends or after streams and such. So I'm fortunately in a good financial situation that I don't really have to rush to find a job. So really there's no point. Like if I'm enjoying this, I don't want to drop it, you know. I enjoy streaming, I enjoy learning this other stuff. So so over the last two exercises, we learned about the four major phases of a test: setup, execute, verify, and tear down. In the last exercise, you may have noticed that the setup and teardown steps were identical between tests. While execution and verification are unique to each test, setup and teardown are often similar or even identical for multiple tests within a test suite. The Mocha Test Framework provides functions that enable us to reduce repetition, simplify the scope of each test, and more finely control the execution of our tests. Okay, so hooks. We have before each. After each, before, and after. Callback is run after the last test, before the first test, after each test, before each test. Okay, each hook accepts a callback to be executed at various times during a test. The before hooks naturally happen before tests and are useful for separating out the setup steps of your tests. Meanwhile, the after hooks are executed after tests and are useful for separating out tear down and tear down steps of your tests. So, how does this look in practice? Variable used by both tests. Before each. Hey, Nicanelius. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? What's up? What is up is that we are learning JavaScript testing and having a blast of a time, and also chatting about other things that are not so much related. What is up with you? How's your Tuesday? Either beginning of the Tuesday or end of the Tuesday. Irfan, what are you still doing here? Go to sleep, dude. I just realized again that you're not sleeping. Kappa. Okay. So before each essentially executes this. Having a great day off uni because I'm off with a cold. Said JavaScript tests. Never got around to learning them. Well, here's your chance. Stick around. You learn something. We're a little bit into it, but it's just the beginning, so there's still a lot more that we'll go through. What are you studying, though? Probably comp sci? Same as Irfan? A lot of comp sci graduates come here, or like students come here. Done the basics? I can follow along. Oh, that's good. All right, that's cool. What year are you into? While each it block could have set the test value to 5, using the before each hook allows us to avoid that repetition while keeping each test isolated. Second year. Oh, that's cool. So we have a first year, we have a second year. Now we just need 2 more people to be like a third year and fourth year, and we'll have the whole brigade. Everybody can pitch in a little bit. So we just need to do this, and then we can access it in separate id blocks. Is that the case? I think so. Assert equal test value 10. Okay. Well, that simplifies things. So path equal message.txt is repeated in both tests, but only needs to be assigned once. First, inside the describe block and above the first it test, create the appropriate hook to simplify this. All right, so here, right? We do what? We do before each. Still getting used to the lots of parentheses and square brackets, curly brackets, I mean. That seems to be too many parentheses. What am I doing here? Yeah, yeah. And we just open this here. Yeah, compared to Python, JavaScript has a lot of parentheses, square bracket, curly brackets, semicolons. I'm still getting used to that. So we do just path equals this, and we can remove this from here. And I assume we will also have to do the same thing for the other one. Right. And we essentially just get rid of the setup phase here. Oh, really? Right, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Sometimes these things slip my mind. What? Did you include the before hook outside of it, but within describe? Yes. I'm missing. I think I'm missing one curly bracket here. No? Wait, this goes with this. This goes with this. You can see an error if you want me to point them out in general. It's all good. I will get error messages here. I'd rather look for things by myself. Makes learning a bit more effective. Wait, unless we have to do it on a separate line. Like so? No. What is your major malfunction? One more parenthesis. Wait, this goes with this. This goes with that. Those are closed. This goes with this. And this goes with that. This closes properly. This closes properly. Might be Codecademy. Oh, before E. Wait, what? Just before? Oh. Still not happy. Okay, let's reset. I mucked something up. But it only needs to be assigned once. First inside describe block and above the first IT test. Create the appropriate hook to simplify this. For now, use an empty callback function with your hook. Okay, so before we do this, another set of parentheses. And this. Okay, now it let us pass. I jumped too far ahead a little bit. Now copy path, blah, 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 into the callback and delete it from the it block. We did that before. Excuse me. Did you remove the repetitive path setup from each it block? No, not from each. I forget that it's 2 tests here. All right. Test before hook, run the test result. Run the test 2 to make sure tests still pass. npm test. Everything's fine. Is repeated at the end of both tests. Use the appropriate hook to have this tear down executed after each test. Ah, we will need a separate thing because we need this repeated before each. No, we will need this to be repeated after. Appropriate hook to have this tear down executed after each test. So yeah, after each. Do this, 2 parentheses, arrow thingy, and this. And then we move this here and delete this. Right? Yeah. Now, copy into the callback of your new hook and delete it from the it blocks. I did. Confirm everything works. And everything works. But like you said, we also can take this and move it here, which should still work. And we also need this. Here. Right? So this should still pass. Let's take a look. Yeah. Because the value of string is different for all the tests. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, because this is the only test that writes an empty string. Okay, let's take it back. Is there a way to, now that I'm thinking about it, right? Because like we have before, that still applies to all the tests, right? Is there a way to specify like, okay, apply this to maybe like half of them? Maybe. Maybe we'll see it in the future. You can just add it to, well, depends on if you have like 100 tests, right? You would have to add it to like 50 tests. Maybe there's a better way of doing it. So this should still pass. Yes, okay. Review. You can now write tests with Mocha and Node's assertion OK. In this lesson, you learn to install Mocha, organize tests with describe and it, ensure your tests are isolated and expressive with the 4 phases of a test, ensure your tests are reliable with hooks, and write assertions with insert OK. Cool. As you continue to write tests, remember to always evaluate them against the characteristics of a good test: fast, complete, reliable, isolated, maintainable, and expressive. FCRIME. Grimme. Grimme. Fair enough. You can probably split them up into different describe blocks. Well, yeah, probably. What's a good mnemonic for this? I can't think of one. Let's move on. Bum bum bum. Lunch is approaching. I'm getting hungry. All right, so we're writing expressive tests here. I don't know. I find writing tests pretty fun. I haven't gotten yet into the habit of writing tests before I write code, but maybe it's something we can practice with JavaScript here. Big stretch. Thor, you sleeping? Yeah, you're sleeping. Let me give you a... What a good boy. Test-driven development is pretty fun. It's like a mini game to complete all tests. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. He's sensing, Thor is sensing that it's soon to be walk time, and he's becoming mopey. Like that's the thing he does. In the morning when we wake up, he's all like mopey because he knows that he'll have to go outside. He doesn't mind the outside. He's just scared of the hallway that leads to the outside. And so he doesn't want to go outside. But once we're outside, it's fine. And once he comes back from outside, he's all like playing happy and whatnot. And it's the same thing now. So either he's sleepy right now still, or he's sensing that it's gonna be walk time soon, and he's like mopey about it. Okay, a good test framework is fast, complete, yes. In this lesson, you will learn how to use Node's assert library to write more expressive tests. An expressive test is easy to read and descriptive, making it useful as a form of documentation for your implementation code. One way to make a test more expressive is clarifying its verify phase. Okay, the step where expected outcome is compared to the actual outcome. My dog loves when I take out its leash, but hates it when I put it on him. But the moment it's on him, he starts jumping to go out. The shtick with Thor is that when we come back, like I have him sit outside the door a little bit in the hallway because he usually comes back with like dirty feet, so I have to clean his feet, and I don't want him to track mud inside. So while he's sitting there, he's looking like the most miserable dog in the existence. And so I clean his feet, I take off the leash, and as soon as he gets into the door, he's like the happiest dog in the universe then. He's just like pretending to be mopey just for the sake of it. Just being dramatic. Okay. An assertion's been provided with the Mocha describe it block. Run the Mocha test suite by typing npm blah 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 blah. Sure. npm test. Not mpn. npm test. All right, so plus returns the sum of its arguments. Passing. Okay. What about it? As a node module, assert can be imported at the top of your files with... We already went through this. Why are we going through the same thing again? What made you want to learn JavaScript? Nothing in particular, really. Since you're new, I have to go through the whole backstory. I should probably type it out somewhere. But essentially, I started doing this backend engineer course on Codecademy. Part of it is JavaScript. So we already went like through JavaScript syntax, part 1, part 2, part 3. That took us like about, I don't know, a better part of a month. And in the process of that, somewhere towards the JavaScript syntax part 3, I essentially got a job offer that... And the company that gave me the job offer, they were like, okay, so you still have some holes in your knowledge. They sent me some exercises. They sent me like their certification program thing, assigned me a mentor. And basically they were like, okay, learn this. You'll then go through a technical interview and then we'll give you a job. Simple enough. But I didn't just want to drop this entire thing. So I basically sort of cherry picked the topics that were like, I don't know, useful for the new job. And since I had learned JavaScript already, I clipped on the JavaScript testing on it as well. because that's, if you know JavaScript, you should probably know JavaScript testing as well. So might as well. So we kind of built this custom roadmap, and essentially we're following that now. So yeah, we already finished with a lot of JavaScript. Today we finished. Yeah, I know. Job offer, and they train me. Well, they are pretty big company. They do have the resources for that. So yeah. But yeah, it's lucky as hell, especially given the fact that my programming experience is just like half a year. Though even though I did quite a bit in that half a year, but still, I do feel lucky as hell and motivated as hell to learn everything that they're throwing at me. So yeah, so we finished the last touches on databases and PostgreSQL today, actually, and we started JavaScript testing. After which we'll tackle a little bit DevOps fundamentals, which I feel like is a necessary thing to know when going into a professional environment, and a little bit about GitHub and Git, even though I do have some knowledge on those things, which is also, I feel like, is essential when you're going to a company to work, because they're probably going to be using Git and GitHub. After that, we are going to jump back into SQL because there's a separate SQL roadmap here on roadmap thingamabob, and we haven't really touched some of the things with SQL, but I guess we will be sort of a little bit more focused on MS SQL because that's the thing that the company requires, instead of just like SQLite or PostgreSQL or something. And then we will be learning a new language, either C#, C, or C++. I haven't really decided yet. We'll then do some .NET stuff and then a little bit of Flutter. And maybe DevExpress. Completely opposite. My city is basically just a city centered around my university, so every company is just cherry picking the top students for. Yeah, that sucks. Learning Git is very important. Yeah, I figured as much. Basic syntax is very familiar for all SQL implementations. Yeah, I know. I guess I'm more interested in we're gonna probably just gloss over it, see the differences. I don't see us taking too much time on it. More importantly is probably learning things that we haven't really touched on in the Codecademy course, which is views. Haven't really touched those that much. Even though we did do like, wait, no, not concat. No, this is a separate thing. Okay. Yeah, but creating views, modifying views, dropping views. I'm not entirely even sure what views are. Indexes, we kind of went through that. But I guess this is more in. Oh no, we finished this. I could even cross these out. Transactions, kind of touched up on ACID a little bit, but not that much. So transactions, data integrity and security, constraints, grant revoke, finished, database security best practices also. That's kind of finished too. Store procedures and functions, that's very important because they even brought it up on the first interview that I had with them. Like, do you know stored procedures and functions? And I'm like, no, not really. So that's definitely something that we'll touch upon. Performance optimization, not really. Advanced SQL concepts, recursive queries. Yeah, so there's still quite a bit to learn, but I guess we're like 54% done. So views are basically stored query results, kind of like a cache. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Okay. I guess I get it. Stored procedures are very, very important since they avoid many SQL injection attacks. Yeah, I figured as much. Yeah. So We'll be touching some like more advanced SQL topics, so I get a better understanding of what they are. And yeah, that's basically the roadmap so far. And we'll add to it and take away something as we go. But that's basically what we're doing here. What's your deadline for training? I don't really have one. Because the guy that I was talking to, he was like saying that basically quite a few people done it the same way I do it. And some people do it in a couple of weeks, some people do it in a couple of months, and it's fine. Like what they're interested is in the fact that you just learn it, you know? Because I don't think they lose anything by taking you through the training. They just provide you the material, they assign you a mentor, and that's basically it. Everything else is up to you. The company sounds too good to be true. Well, I mean, like I said, they don't lose anything. They already have the material. They already have the SQL playground that they've set up for potential candidates, and they just give you the access to it. They give you all the material, and they're like, okay, go learn. And then I guess the other investment that they do is just a technical interview where you're supposed to come prepared. So you come prepared, and if you pass, you pass. If you don't, you don't. Even if you don't pass, they actually give you a certificate for completing their training, which is also like amazing. But with how oversaturated the market is for software developers, most companies just pick those that are already qualified. Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure how saturated the market is where I'm at, but I have noticed the tendency that in like places like US or other countries, there's cutthroat competition for programming jobs. But then again, it I guess it depends on how you look at it, right? It's like if the company is more interested in your skills, right? They might get an employee who has the skills but might not be necessarily motivated to use those skills and to further improve. He might just be interested in the paycheck. If you invest the time, which is, I guess, not that much of an investment in this case, into new people who are motivated enough to learn the things, go through the training, and then pass the interview, they will be motivated and they will have the skills. Might be less skills, but still something you can count on that person to then learn and potentially keep improving and be a valuable asset to the company. At least that's how I think about it. Okay, so assert can be imported at the top of your files with assert require assert. The functions in the assert library compare values and throw errors as needed using one function call. The small human readable format of functions will help you make more expressive tests. Okay. So if an argument passed into assert OK values to false, an assertion error is thrown. The error communicates to Mocha that the test has failed, and Mocha logs the error message to the console. I feel like we've done this, but repetition is never a bad thing. So const assert equals require assert. It's true. Maybe the market is shifting towards that now that there are many layoffs in programmers. Like they overestimated how many they needed and expanded their teams around Corona time until mid. So now they're scared of just hiring based on skill only. I would like that to be the case. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Like I said, it probably depends company to company, company values, and everything. But as far as I've done my research on the company, they do seem pretty amazing. And they do have that sort of company, since they're like Norwegian capital company, they do have that like a little bit better um what's the word? Company culture, I guess, that sort of is geared a little bit more towards the employees. At least I hope. I don't know. For contrast, like I worked for Philip Morris, and it's like the amount of BS that goes on in there, and the amount of employee abuse, not like egregious employee abuse, but like in terms of that employees are just numbers, it's insane. It's like the upper management doesn't really even communicate with the lower level employees. All they see is numbers. And it's a shame because in the beginning, when I joined Philip Morris, I kind of enjoyed working there. It was pretty fun. Even though some people, like at an operator level, it's simple people, people from around the villages and whatnot. It's not a big city here to begin with, so the operators were a little bit like, I don't want to say simple, but they were more like country folk. So that was a little bit of a downside, but everything else was great. And then over time, as things started changing, numbers became more important. And that kind of ruined the whole experience for me. A lot of European countries, the nature of how they manage everything is completely different. Yeah. Depends per country too. Like I said, in Lithuania, a lot of companies do have that sort of like brute force approach to how the companies are run. If there are problems, it's easier to just fire people instead of solve the problems that are happening within the company. Whereas in countries like Sweden, Norway, Estonia, Finland, they have a more lax approach. They care about the people more. They're not afraid to invest in people. Hmm. Okay, I'm going on a rant here. Hmm. Search and blah 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 blah. I have a bit of experience with Greece and the Netherlands, and in Greece, it's just about getting the job done, while in the Netherlands, it's more people centered, which I think promotes productivity a lot more. Yeah, I mean, definitely. If you care about people, people will care about the company, which is such a simple truth, at least to me, but a fact that a lot of companies just ignore. You know, if you don't care about the people, then people will not care about the company. They will be unmotivated to do their jobs. And then they start pushing this fake sort of like, oh, we're family, we should all care about the results and blah blah blah, and like that just worsens things, which is like, why should I? The argument's passed into a certificate, throws an error. You should see some descriptive feedback in the terminal. Make the expression value to true by replacing it with 91. With 91 with expected. Oh. Heed. Wait, you worked in Greece and Netherlands? What do you have? What would you do there? Short term or in countries with not a lot of opportunities, only caring about the profits is probably better. But if there's a healthy market with competition, then caring about the people that work for you is going to be a lot better longer term. I guess, yeah. But then again, like if if you have a small country, then the likelihood is that, especially for skilled workforce, you won't have that many skilled employees that you can pick from. So maintaining your employees would be kind of beneficial too. And if a lot of people think of your company as a bad working environment, not that many people will want to work there. You're from Greece, and I am in uni in the Netherlands. Oh, that's cool. So you live in Netherlands right now, or is it like a remote type of thing? Oh, okay. Me and my girlfriend we're actually like been planning a trip to the Netherlands, but then one thing came, another thing came. Then I kind of quit my job and started pursuing this programming thing. So like financially, it's not the best decision at the moment. But if I get the job, we'll definitely be planning a trip to Netherlands. So maybe we can meet one day. You'll show us around. All right. You don't need any you don't need to try maintaining the people at work, your company, when the employees don't really have a choice but to stay. I guess, yeah, that's also a good point. Anytime. Yep, I'll hold you to it too. You know, just wait, like in half a year or something. All right, let's do this final thing, and then we'll take a lunch break. You can use assert OK for most verifications, but sometimes it can be difficult to determine the conditions you are evaluating. Read the example code below. Will the assertion throw an error? So what are we doing? We have two arrays. We're pushing into them, and we're trying to see if land animals equals water element animals. Okay. We missed a equal sign here. I'll just get a random message telling me to hold my end. Promise. Yeah. I will. Matter of fact, to show you how serious I am about this, write to Nickel Nick Nellius when I start planning my trip to the Netherlands. You're locked in a binding contract right now. I have video proof and I have my reminder. You're screwed now. So the above assertion is checking for equality. In order to understand this, you must evaluate the entire expression within the parentheses of okay. All right. You can instead use equal, which does the comparison for us. Okay. I see. The second line is more expressive. Instead of parsing the entire statement, the reader only needs to read the first two words to know the test is verifying equality. Okay. So assert okay, result expected. We just do assert equal. Though your test will work regardless of the order you pass the result expected, it is common practice to pass result first and expected second. I see. NPM test. Passing. All right. All right. So we're going to be taking a little break. Well, a little. Half an hour as usual, because I have to take out Thor, who's comfortably sleeping at the moment. He will not be happy when I wake him up, but nevertheless, has to be done. And I have to grab a snack myself, so as to not sit here hungry hippo style. I will leave you with some music and a countdown timer. Don't know if I'll stay, so if I don't, goodbye and good luck with your job offer. Thank you. You don't have to stay. It's fine. But I do appreciate you stopping by, chatting me up, and sharing your side of the world with me. Good luck with your university studies. I do hope to see you again, but if I don't, like I said, good luck with your studies. And also, thank you for the follow. All right, so I will see you guys in 30 minutes. Yeah, see you in 30. Oh, the weather is so nice outside today. It's so warm. Actually, how many degrees is it? Weather in... Holy crap, 18 degrees Celsius. It's gonna get 20 by the evening too. Perfect. But then, but then like nines and rain for the rest of the week. One day of sun and then a week of miserable weather. Okay. Grabbed a bite, took Thor outside. We had a blast running around like crazy. And now we can get back into some testing. All right, so assert strict equal. Take a look at the code below. Will these assertions throw errors? Yes, because... Wait a sec. We're comparing an integer to a string. So technically they should, because it uses loose equality. Ah. Performs a type conversion when compared to strings. Two things. Didn't really know about the loose equality, but second will throw an error because it uses strict equality. Returns false if the types differ. If you need to be strict in evaluating equality, you can use assert strict equal. I see. Equal performs a loose comparison, or loose equality comparison, and strict equal performs strict equality comparison. Compare the following code to the first example. This code performs the same verifications, but... Hey, Nicolenius. I keep mispronouncing your name. Nicanelius. I think that's the correct pronunciation. Thanks. Glad you're still here. Code performs same verification, but it is more expressive. Without parsing any logic, a reader knows the intention of your tests by reading the method names. I see. Just call me Nick. Oh, okay. Thank you. That's... I guess that's more simple. Thor, did you just... He just farted. Yeah, be ashamed of your action. No, he's not ashamed. He's just smiling. Ugh. Give me a sec. I need to open a window.
The moment, actually, funny story. The moment we got him, we were actually we got him from the breeder, and then we were supposed to go to this other city where, like, I guess a more serious breeder was supposed to give us a lecture about how to take care of him and whatnot. And so we had like 3 hour ride on our hands, and we were actually transporting two puppies. We were transporting Thor, and we were transporting Odin, his brother. Yeah, they were all named also according to, wait, what pantheon is this? Greek gods? What kind of god is Odin? No, not Greek. Norse or Roman? Norse, yeah. So yeah, they were all named according to Norse mythology. So anyway, we were transporting them, and within like the first minute, the entire car smells of farts, and we're like, okay, one of them farted, and then after half an hour, farts just kept coming every like 30 minutes, and we were like, which one of you is farting so badly? And then on our way trip, because we left one of the puppies at the other breeder, on our trip back, we were like, okay, so if the car still stinks, it's gonna be it's gonna be Thor. And it did. He just farted the entire way. And he still does. But I guess not as much as when he was little. Okay, so what are we doing here? Set expected to the string 96 and return the test suite and run the test suite. He's just a good boy. You can't expect him to hold himself. Well, yeah. He does have a little problem with the outdoors hallway because he's scared of it, because he had a bit of a traumatic experience when he was little in the hallway, because we were like stepping off of the elevator and there was like the cleaning lady cleaning the hallway. And so at the moment that we stepped out of the elevator, she did like something loud. I think she knocked over a bucket or something, and it spooked him so bad that he kind of pooped himself a little. And so since then, he's kind of scared of the hallway. So much so that if we encounter people in the hallway, he will just immediately pee. I mean, it's a little bit annoying, but in comparison, he's an extremely good boy. Like, he doesn't chew on furniture. He's not like overly rambunctious. He doesn't bark at anything, and like annoyingly, he barely has any like separation anxiety. Actually, he doesn't really have separation anxiety. Like, he's great with kids. He's just like an amazing dog. Yeah, and we're working on the fear, but it's slow progress. Like, every weekend I go outside to the hallway with him and just sit there for an hour or so. How old is he? 7 months. He's still a baby. I'm hoping he will outgrow it as he grows a bit older, but yeah, he's hella young. Mm. Oh, supposed to make this a string. Strict equal. npm test. Okay. Yeah, but otherwise he's very great. He learns commands extremely fast, and he does them most of the time, except when he doesn't want to. Reset expected to do. Okay, so they're just giving us kitty level exercises for now. All right. Assert deep equal. The hell is deep equal? Do you think these assertions will throw errors? Relation. Age. So this is an object, and we're doing equal AB. So probably they will, because you can't compare objects like that. Because distinct objects are not considered equal when using either loose or strict equality in JavaScript. If you need to compare the values with two objects, you can use deep equal. This method compares the values of each object using loose equality. I see. So let's run em test. Failed. Now replace this with deep equal test. No, npm test. Wait, still failing? Assert with deep equal. I did. Wait, what? Assert. Oh. Quality in JavaScript is very messy. It is a little bit, yeah. Like there's 3 different things to do with equality. Strict, not strict, loosey-goosey. All right, now we're fine. In the last exercise, use deep equal to compare the values of two objects with loose equality. Arrays are also objects, so deep equal also compares their values with loose equality. Okay. So npm test fails. Replace with deep equal. Run it again. But I mean, every language has their own quirks. Just a matter of remembering them, I guess. Node's assert library includes more than the 4 methods covered so far. You can find them all in the Node.js documentation. Ooh, this is tasty stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm not normal, but I feel like a lot of people are they don't really like to read documentation. I kind of like it. Takes some time, but so using the above, go to the assert documentation, find more expressive way to implement assert OK equals 1 equals 2. More assertive way. More does not equal 2, I mean. Bum, 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 bum. What do we have here? Assertion testing. Strict assertion mode. Unstrict methods behave like they're blah, blah, blah. Deep equal, deep strict equal. Yeah, what's up? He just ran in the room and looked at me expectantly. Deep equal equal not deep equal not equal. Oh, he's doing this his usual trick of get a mouthful of food, bring it to the bed, and eat it in the bed. Because I'm scared of the hallway, and my food bowl is too close of the hallway. Too close to the hallway. Okay, so this is for not deep equal then? So not strict equal? Or not equal? It's not equal, yeah. Oh, not strict equal. Eh. Excuse me. Exactly what I wrote. Oh, I'm weird. This is not necessary anymore. And it also should be not equal. Fine. In your solution, you wrote not equal. And you're expecting me to write strict as well. Fine. Yeah, this is why Codecademy can be a little bit finicky sometimes. So, we can now write tests with Node.js asserted library. In this lesson, you're going to check for loose equality, check for strict equality, object equality, and make your tests expressive using the assert methods. Documentation Mocha. Definitely need to keep this open. Probably. Bum, 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 bum. I swear to God, I'm going to lift the bottom of your bed and there's just going to be food there. What is the correct definition of the exercise phase of a test? Execute the functionality you're testing. Check your expectations against the results of the exercise phase. Reset any conditions. Create objects and variables. So execute functionality. Yep. 3 of these assertions will throw an error. Which one will not throw an error? So strict equal. This should be strict deep equal, I think. Deep equal. That's fine. Okay. This is not strict equality. So maybe this will be fine. Wait. No, this will be fine. This is okay. It doesn't require comma separated things and equal. This is also not strict equality. Oh. This will throw an error because the following is not true. Oh, strict equal. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Select the response that most accurately describes the Mocha JavaScript framework. It is used for organizing and automating tests that provide useful feedback when errors occur. User interfaces based on components. What? Readable. Yeah. Which of the following is true about tests? Tests should run in isolation. One test should not affect another, and they should all be able to run in any order. Yes. Which of the following is the correct syntax for the Mocha it function? Not this. Not this. It's... Wait, what? The comma here? There wasn't a comma before. Eh. Okay, so it's the one without... It's the one with the comma. Oh yeah, because you have to pass two values. You have to pass in the message, and you have to pass in the callback function. Yeah.
Describe blocks can be nested to reflect the structure of the code which they are testing. Which test block best reflects the structure of the following code? Okay, this is not playtime. This is learning stuff time. He's like, I don't care. Blocks can be nested to reflect the structure of the code which they are testing. Which test block best reflects the structure of the following code? So what do we have? We have two functions. So we should have two describe blocks, one with pour, one with fill, and then cups in both of them. Yeah. What? Describe cup or fill. Oh, this is it's an object. Right. It's a JavaScript syntax is failing me a little bit. Select the response that most accurately describes this. Match the hooks with their respective definitions. We'll run before each test. So before each. We'll run once after the last test. After. We'll run once before the first test. Before and after each. What is the correct definition of the exercise phase of a test? Execute the functionality you're testing. Yes. Select the response that does not form a correct sentence. Code should be tested to catch and identify issues with the implementation code before deploying to users. To ensure the program can handle production level quantity of interactions, the code should be tested in other languages, not in JavaScript. We don't test that shite in JavaScript to ensure that there are no bugs in the implementation code. Wait, what? What? That was the joke answer, I thought. Code should be tested in other programming languages. You didn't mention this. Why? How are we having so much trouble with this quiz? Which of the following answers is not one of the four phases of a test? Verify, tear down, accept, setup. Accept is not. Okay. Just correct. Why correct? What is the correct definition of the exercise phase of a test? Where is it? Execute functionality. Which of the following is true about tests? Let's be careful about ordering of the tests. Tests should run in isolation. One test should not affect the other. Yep. Select the response that most accurately describes the Mocha framework. Organizing. What is the outcome of the following code? Assert OK. False. Good question. Will this throw an error? False is converted to string. No. Nothing. Function returns false. An error is thrown. I think it will throw an error. Yeah, because it evaluates to false. All right, so 3 of these assertions will throw an error. Which one will not? So it's the OK one. Because this is deep equal. This should be
fine. This is strict equal. Wait, strict equal. Now I'm confused again. Okay. This is... What's the difference between deep and strict equal? Deep equal is for objects. Because they essentially... Normal equalities cannot go into... like deep enough to compare values. Like parameters of an object. Or properties of an object. That's what you use deep equal for. So it's the same for arrays, I think. Oh, so strict just compares their memory address, I presume. Strict is, I think all of them do, but strict equal is also looking at types, the way I understand it. So like just doing equal with a string 1 and 1 will return true. Strict equal in that case will return false because they're different types. Whereas in doing strict equal on two arrays will return false. Because it cannot look inside of the array. So this will be false. This will be false because equal cannot look into the arrays. Deep equal should not throw an error. Yeah, because it's looking inside of the arrays and comparing the values. What is the expected terminal output of this code? What do we have here? Interrupting cow. Before console log, cow enters the conversation. And after each test, it prints moo. So interrupting cow, cow enters the conversation. It should run, has 4 legs, moo. Moo's about 20 decibels, moo. I think it's this one. Yep. Okay. I understand it a little bit. Which of these will throw an error? So, okay. This will be fine because it's not strict equality. Deep equal. This is just a 4. I think this will, but also this should. Unless deep equal is not strict. Oh, it's not. Deep equal is just normal equal, so it's not strict. It's deep or strict deep equal. Yeah, because there's like 3 kinds now of each, equal and not equal. Taking a break before starting the quiz is big brain, by the way. You have enough time to process what you've learned. Oh yeah. And also you don't get that like false knowledge verification where you've just learned everything, so everything's fresh, so it's easy to do the test. So it's actually testing your like long-term memory. Though we don't always take a break before the quiz. It just happened to happen this way. So assert.deep equal, this should be fine because deep equal is not strict. Strict equal, this will throw an error. Yeah, because that's strict. Which of the following is correct syntax for mocha it function? The one with the comma. Blocks can be nested to reflect the structure of the code which they are testing. Which test block best reflects the structure of the following code? So I know it's this one, but I don't know why. We have a an object cup. And then we're calling methods. Oh, so okay, describe the door. Don't dig your bed. So we have this describing the object and then the methods themselves. Huh. Okay, I don't know. I'm still sort of unclear about the correct structure of these describe it blocks, but I guess we'll get it as we go. Before each test, before each, after last test, after, before the first test, before and after each. Okay. All right, so to further solidify, we have a little bit of a project. An experimental rooster object has been developed without any tests. It's up to you to write them. By the end of this project, you will have a fast, complete, reliable, isolated, maintainable, and expressive test suite. It will provide confidence that the rooster is functioning correctly, and it will act as a form of documentation for other developers. So let's take up the rooster in index.js. Oh, it's here. Never mind. You will write test suite in index.test within the test directory using Mocha test framework and insert methods from the Node.js standard library. If you're unsure about any of the methods, you can use the documentation linked. Okay, what do we have here? So, defining a rooster, we have a method which returns moo. Moo? Rooster? Moo? Codecademy, are you okay? Return hour as a string. Throws an error if hour is not between 0 and 23 inclusive. So, do you know classes, objects in JavaScript? Because it's used. Yeah, I do. The time of dawn. Throw new ranger. Otherwise, return hour to string. Okay, well, let's take a look. Using require, import the assert module at the top of the index. Let's see if we remember this without the cheat sheet. So const assert equals require assert. I think that's the way. Yeah. Okay. Using require, import the rooster module from access methods for testing. Let's remember imports. Import. Wait, using require? Do we just do const rooster equals require rooster? No. Oh, require this. Okay, this is... Didn't really explain this to me, Codecademy. You can do this way of importing. require takes an argument as argument the file library. All right, okay. Maybe they did explain it. Maybe I'm just forgetting. But why can't, I guess, okay. So does this work this way? So it just imports the entire module, right? Instead of writing like export at each like function method, right? All right, write a describe block for a rooster. Wait, I wasn't paying attention. Hey, Poggle! Long time no see. How's it going, my man? We're doing good. We're back with JavaScript. You've missed the entire part about databases. Yes, but this module exports only rooster, as you can see at the bottom of index.js. Yes. Oh, so you still have to have the export thing somewhere. Wait, did I ask how are you, Poggle? I think I did. How have you been? Been a while. Broken API response yesterday. Luckily, it was today. I love when people are like coming in and like, oh, I broke something. I broke this for work. Who was it? Wait. I think it was Happy that came in also a couple of days ago and was like, "Oh, I broke this." Or maybe it was someone else, I don't know. I think you do. I'm not good with how JavaScript does modules. Yeah, same. Python was much more simpler in terms of module management and importing and exporting and stuff. All right, we need a cheat sheet. It's we're not going to be able to remember everything here. Where is my cheat sheet? Python's very simple, and I find Java the most intuitive of what I have used for organizing codes into modules. I mean, yeah, but honestly, like, I low-key enjoyed JavaScript. Because while Python was easier, maybe it's because it was my first language, but I found that I struggled with Python in terms of debugging afterwards. While the syntax was easy to understand, but debugging was pretty difficult. But JavaScript, I felt like I was debugging less. Only use JavaScript for front end, and I don't like front end, so I don't like it's also for back end. Go Perl PHP here. Java was enjoyable. I've heard those words. Yes. Yes, Poggle. Go Perl. I know their languages, but I've yet to look into what makes them languages or what makes them great languages or better languages than other languages and so on and so forth. I haven't used it for backend and much rather use Java. I've tried to learn Java. That was actually the first language that I tried to learn. And I had a bad time. It's just a bad time. Haven't used it for backend. I'd much rather use Java, Python, or even Rust for it. Rust is great from what I heard. You'll probably never even ever touch Perl. Java is decent for learning object-oriented programming. I don't know. I had a bad time. Right. So, oh, we just do describe, and then the thing, and then we pass the function, and then the same with the it. Okay, I need to remember this.
So describe, we do one parenthesis, and then we do another parenthesis, and then we do this thing. And then inside this parenthesis, we do what? Write a description. Function that roosts. I don't know. And so here we would do another it block and another parenthesis, and then do this and then this. Right? I think so. I mean, it kind of forces you to use it, but I'd say Java is just great to learn programming in general. Python was my first language, but Java is where I learned to code. Basic programming fundamentals. I don't know. I feel like with your first language, that's all you can really learn is basic programming fundamentals. And then when you jump into your second language, you already know those fundamentals. Therefore, it's easier to program in whatever language that you picked. I feel like if I went back to Python right now, I'd have a pretty decent time with it. Any language with dynamic types obfuscates enough where it feels completely different when you switch to a statically typed language. Yeah, that's also a point thing. First time using Go, I was hitting my head against the wall. So here we do, within the first block, write another describe block for the announce dawn method. Oh. Describe. Describe. I feel like I'm doing something wrong here. I guess we just write rooster here and russeted rooster. And here we write dot announce dawn. And then within that, wait a sec. Missing parentheses. Right, so two parentheses in both the describe and the it blocks. There we go. When I first started Java after Python, I was so angry that I couldn't have a list contain multiple different types. It sounds crazy to me now to even consider adding different types in a list. Why though? That's like, why? Why does it sound crazy? I don't understand. So within the first block, write another describe, blah, 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 done. Within the nested describe block, write an it block that tests that the method returns a rooster call. Okay, so we do it, bunch of parentheses, returns a rooster. One of these days I'll learn how to spell rooster call. Okay, more parentheses. This. Holy crap. Because when you have a collection of elements, you want each one to act the same way, or to act upon each element in the same exact way usually. If you want a collection of different types, just use a tuple. Good point, actually. Okay. So we have the two describe blocks and we have an it block. Write the relevant test using an assert function. Don't forget to use the four phases of a test. Set up exercise and verify in your it block. Okay, so let's take a look at our announced on. It just returns moo. Okay, so we just do All right, let's comment this out. It will be a little bit easier. So our setup phase should be like const equals moo, because that's what we're looking for, right? Moo exclamation mark. So this will be our expected. Or do we have to do it like above even? Oh, okay, let's start simple. Then we can do the thing with the befores and afters. So the exercise would just be a function call to the announce dawn method, evaluating the return to the expected. So just assert okay and rooster dot announce dawn is equal to expected. No, this is the verification. I think the announce dawn is the exercise. So we just take this. Like so. And then we do result equals expected. And that will be our verification. I think. Okay, so saving this and then doing npm test. Test failed. Unexpected string. What? Unexpected string in line 6. This is not supposed to be a string? No, it's supposed to be a string. Or did I miss some parentheses or something like that? Oh, I missed a comma. Yes. Right now. Still no. Describe. Describe.
Typos. Nothing I can't deal with. All right, so we failed. How come? Moo exclamation mark. Moo exclamation mark. Announce dawn is not a function. What? Typos. There we go. Don't you need to create a rooster object? Or am I stupid? I feel like it's created already here. No, it was just typos. Okay. We got through it somehow. I feel like writing this test is more work than writing the function itself. Or like the method. Isn't that the struct definition? But if it works, it works. What do you mean struct definition? No, it's an empty object with two methods. So since we're importing the entire index, I can freely use it and just reference the objects. Okay, so it works. But it's such a hassle to write. I don't know. Like, all of this for one measly method. I don't know if I like it. And then if I want to further optimize it with like the setup thingy, I have to do like the before thing, except I think here. How do I do that? Before. Where was it? Hooks. Before. Yeah. So before. Wait a sec. Again, two parentheses. And then we do this. Move this over here. So, will this work? No. Expected is not defined. It's why I just let ChatGPT create my... Yeah, it's how I did it in Python as well. Writing unit tests is super tedious, but very, very useful if done properly. Yeah, yeah, it is. Expected has to be defined outside of the before. And expected has to be defined outside of the before. And it blocks. So in the describe block, is that not where I am describing it? Inside the describe block? And outside of the if it block? And it should be defined inside of the before block. Otherwise, what's the point defining it? You are defining it inside of before, so it goes out of scope. The same in one of the examples that you find outside before, and you set it value in the before. Wait a sec. Where are my hooks? I think it's in here. Okay, so they... Oh, you define it. Right. It's, yeah, stupid me. You define it and then you assign it in the thing. Yeah, because then you can do it for different blocks the same way and they will be isolated. Okay. Yeah. My bad. There we go. Yeah, it's a hassle. But I feel like if I was like gonna be primarily working with JavaScript, I would just force myself to do it for literally every piece of code that I write. And once you get into that habit, then you can do it. But if you're just like learning about it and you're probably not going to use JavaScript for a while and then you pick it up again, there's like no point, I guess. Ba, 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 ba. So below the describe block for announce dawn, write another block for time at dawn. So here, describe. Do this and then do announce. No, not announce dawn. What? For announce dawn. Oh, time at dawn. Time at dawn. Comma, parentheses, little arrow, curly braces. Jesus Christ. So, time at dawn. Wait. Announce dawn. Or it returns a rooster call. So, we do... we do an it here. And what are we returning here? Returns hour. Okay, returns hour. Between 0 and 23 inclusive. Okay. So now we do the same thing. Like below describe block, I don't want to miss anything. Write another block, done. Test that. Time at dawn returns its argument as a string. Make sure to use it and the assert method that uses strict equality. Why as a string? Oh, because we do two strings, so it's probably, yeah, okay. Bum, 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 bum. if you have a finite set of values that method can take, it is a good idea to run every single value through it to verify its validity. This can be done for examples that have less than like 1,000 unique values and works really well. Well, yeah, makes sense because you're basically testing all the eventualities. So like as much, you're just covering all 100% testing thing. And I guess that number 1,000 is not really set in stone. It's just you can test as much as you have patience for, or as much as the time allows. Okay, so beforehand, we also should probably set the expected thing again. So let's preemptively do let. Wait, I don't need to refine it. Redefine it again. It's already defined. It's within the same space. So there are examples where the input isn't of a finite amount. Like if you can have any number of any or anything. Well, yeah. I mean, even if it is finite, like you can't test for everything. What is it, Thor? Neighbors walking? Yeah? Spooky neighbors. So we just do before and expected. We set it to for those you split all the possible outputs you're expecting and you put representative examples through it. Conceptually, I understand what you're talking about. Like practically, nah, so. What is the type thing? Or do we just write string? No. Yeah, I need a type of I need a string type inside a variable. I think it's just string like this. And so then, actually, this is not where it's supposed to be. See what you're doing. 1 second. Everything shall become clear. And then I do const result equals wait. Even better, I can do let result and then put this like so, and then just same thing here. Result would be a function called to time at dawn. Rooster.time at dawn. And so essentially in the verification phase, I just do assert dot strict equal expected No, result expected. Result and expected. I think so. You're going to error out in your before I am reply, pretty sure. You think so? Could be. Just trying to figure out. I think I missed square bracket thing somewhere. Yeah, this should be. No, maybe not. Oh no, this closes here. This closes here. This closes here. I guess just one then. Because expected is defined in a different describe block that the one you're currently in, and string is not defined. Well, expected is still within the first describes block. So I think it should be fine on that front. As for string, yeah, that might be a problem. Or do we just do this? Okay, let's take a look. Pending. Yeah, but it's inside of the nested describe block. Want me to scope a second nested describe block? The hell does it mean when it says pending? It can't be caught. I would understand if I was like doing some looping stuff. I would think it was caught in a infinite loop. Wait, string can return one of these primitive types. Sure, but like I just need the type itself. I mean, I could do type of string. Like this. Maybe if an error occurs in before it, pending since it never goes into id block. Yeah, good point. Could be. But if it broke before entering time at dawn, means there's probably a syntax error somewhere. Nope. I think this is fine. Okay, fine. We can do let. No, not here. Let expected. And then do this. I know that this is fine. This will just cast the string type into the variable. And then I'm just... result. This result just returns the thing, so I have to also have type of result here.
Wait, I need to save this. Try again. Ah. Okay, we can try it your way. Let's see. No. No, I'm pretty sure like it's fine. But let's keep it this way just to be sure. That's not the problem. My eye is leaning more towards some missing parentheses or something like that. Wait, this is here. This gets closed here. This gets closed here. V8. Is there a problem that it is time at dawn and not dot time at dawn in the describe block? No, I think this is just a random string to describe it. It's not like running on anything. Let's do some comparisons. So we have describe blah blah blah, comma, this and that, let expect, let result. Then we have the before thing. Do a bit more structured approach here. We have the before block, which is also identical. Expected, expected. Expected type of string. This and this. Then it returns blah blah blah, comma, parentheses. We have the result. Is a function call to time at dawn. Oh, it should be fine. And then assert strict equal type of result expected. Huh. Wait, where does this close here? Where is this from? It's from the same it block. Ah, I see the problem. This is supposed to have another set of parentheses. And this should be closed here. From Stack Overflow, a test can end up being shown by Mocha as pending when you inadvertently close the test's it method early. Yeah. Yep, pretty much. Okay, this should be fine. Nope. It did not. Cannot read property to string of undefined. Excuse me? Ah, if it throws an error. Oh, I didn't pass it any parameters. I mean, don't. Yeah. Oh my God, Thor, stop farting, please. Spare my nose. Let's do 0.8. There we go.
Holy crap. It's a hassle. Let him be, he's a good boy. He can't help it. At least you'd have the decency to walk out of the room. Jesus. Just sitting right underneath me and just farting up. Okay, so now we can actually see if counter argument he's shilling. What? What are you, Thor's advocate here? Get out of here. Get out of here. So expected compromise. Okay, let's get rid of this and see if it works now. Hey, it works. So you only have to describe it, or like do this once per, I guess, an object. You can test all the methods inside an object with just one declaration per variable. I don't know. Call my coding experience tells me this shouldn't work. Because, okay, think about it, right? It's like it's still inside of the most outer block. So everything from inside should be able to use it. It's a closed system. Like if I did, what if I move this here? Now it shouldn't work because it's outside. But it might even then work. Yeah, it works even now for some reason. What? Oh, right. Because global variables can be accessed by any methods or functions or whatever. Local variables cannot be accessed outside of the scope. So in terms of this it, if I describe it here, it's a global variable. You did the same thing, but instead of describe, you just have if true. Wait, what? If true? Why the if statement? I think it would work. Because these are global variables. I can use them wherever I want, within methods, within functions, within whatever. The thing is that you have different code blocks. Even if they are in the same overall scope, they wouldn't share their variables. But within that scope, they become global variables. They're local for this describe, so I wouldn't be able to use it outside of it. But within it, I can use it all I want. At least that's how I understand it. Yeah. No, not for that, well, yes, for that scope. But if you're inside of the nested describe, that's within the scope. Not just for that describe, it becomes global for everything within that scope. Well, okay. Yes, for that describe, but that describe encompasses everything else here. So I can use it everywhere else here as long as I define these two within this scope. Like I can use them everywhere here. I won't be able to use it outside of this describe. Yeah, okay. we're just arguing the same point. But previously you had them inside of the nested describe. Yes, because yeah, okay. Because this nested describe still encompasses both these its. Oh wait. Wait a sec. You're right. Holy crap. Huh. Hmm. Pa. There's block scope, there's function scope, and then there's global scope. So X cannot be used here. X can be used here. Right, because there's also let and var. And I did with let. Variables created outside of a function becomes global. Sure, makes sense. Hey, you done with SQL? Hey, Tiberian. Yes, we are. We are jumping into JavaScript testing. How are you doing, my man? We're trying to figure out scope. We ran into an interesting thing where we have like this describe block. We have these variables inside, and we're able to use them outside of it, outside of the block. And we're trying to figure out why. Why is JavaScript allowing that? I don't know. The only explanation that I can come up with is that these two describes are still within this describe block, which encompasses both of them. That's why it's allowing me to use them both. In both. This has to do with how Mocha is testing work. Maybe. Finish demo for a big company. Goes not well, but at least have time to finish everything. What goes wrong? Oh, that's good. Huh. Okay, well, let's move on. Wait, got a bit scatterbrained. Just finished demo for a big company. Goes not well, but at least have time to finish everything that goes wrong. Okay, well, I mean, shit goes wrong sometimes. At least they're not like pressuring you time-wise. Now I'm curious, actually. This is our shift cipher. Let's do new file. Test.js. Okay, so say But then I'll have to set up the whole thing and download Mocha. Okay, never mind. I don't want to waste too much time. Test that timeadon returns the argument as a string. Make sure to use it and an assert method that uses strict equality. Okay, we already did that. Mocha is pre-installed in npm, no? No, we had to install it separately here. Yeah, I don't think it is. You will next test that timeadon throws an error if its argument is not valid hour, less than 0, greater than 23. Test both bounds to make your test suite complete. Test each bound in a separate it block to make it maintainable. Throws an error if passed a number less than 0. Make sure to use it and assert method checks for thrown errors. Okay. Question is, can we do? I think we don't have to write a separate describe block for that. We can just use another it, right? So we just do it throws an error if passed a number less than 0. And then we do we do what? Result equals throw range error. I think this, and then assert thrown errors. So that would be deep assert. Bears values within two objects because thrown error is an object. So yeah, I think so. Deep strict assert. Wait, no. The result is supposed to be a function call with, say, -1. And we redefine expected as throw new range error. Result expected. Let's think about it. With less than 0, so this should be fine because it's the same as here. And then I'm not sure about this. But we can test this. Ooh. Yeah, unexpected token throw. Huh. Oh, ranger with capital R. Maybe that's the problem? No. Or is it just this? Maybe. What if we do a deep assert? No. Okay, so it's not a type error, not a type problem. Yes? What are you looking at me for, huh? With your little beady eyes and your creepy smile. What happened? Oh, we're back. Expected range error. How do I... Your code immediately throws an exception on line 34, so it doesn't even get to assert deep assert. Line 34. Why? I'm just storing the error throw into a variable, no? Okay, sure, we can do this. Oh, it's fine. It's supposed to do that. Wait, no, it's not. I was like, it throws an error. It's supposed to throw an error, but it's not supposed to throw an error now. Pretty sure you need to use try catch blocks or just assert throws. Huh. Wait, let's check. Assert throws. Error message. Expects the function to throw an error. If specified, error can be a class, regex expression, validation function, validation object, where each property will be tested for strict deep equality. Where each property will be tested. If specified, message will be appended to the message provided by the assertion error. Oh, so we don't really need expected here at all. We just need to do assert throw. Assert dot throws. What? Custom validation object error instance. Oh, crap, you're right. Ah. No. Hmm. I feel like I skipped part of the Codecademy's error throwing stuff. Assert throws. This is just custom object stuff. Using constructor throws. You don't need to use it if you use a try catch block. Now it's kind of a matter of principle to be able to use it. Wait. Assert throws. Bum, 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 bum. Describe assert throws. Oh, you need to do an actual like function declaration thing. And then have the error there. So yeah. Rooster. What was it? Time at dawn? Time at dawn. -1. And we do ranger. Okay. That closes properly. That's closed properly. Let's see if it works. No. Assert throws is not a function. Is it not with a capital T? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Oh. Okay. Well. That's even more complicated stuff on top of already complicated stuff. So this is not necessary at all. Okay, and then we just basically do the same thing. No, copy this. basically do the same thing if the number is more than 23. We can do 25. Yeah. Okay. Well, surely won't remember this, but at least I'll know where to look it up this time. So in another throw block, test the time dot throws an error that we already done that. Your test suite is fast, complete, isolated, maintainable, and expressive. Run it and review the output to the terminal. Already done. I guess, you know, it's kind of, I don't know. Like on one hand, it's cumbersome as hell to have all this code just to test like what, 2 methods in a single object. But on the other hand, like now that I have them, it's just like, yeah, it is very, very easy to test functionality. Just a very big hassle to set it up. And in the future, I guess if this was an actual program and I was like introducing new functionality to the program, this would be easy to spot if I break something in these functions by accident. Even setting it up it gets faster as you get more accustomed to it. Yeah, I'm sure it does. It's just, you know, like I said, since I don't foresee myself using JavaScript that much, like it's good to learn, but I probably will forget it by the time if ever I need it. All right, so what's next? Learn TDD with Mocha. Uh, okay, this is another giant ass unit. All right, we should be able to get through it today. And then tomorrow we'll probably jump into Chai. No, we'll jump into server testing with TTD. Yeah. All right. In the meantime, and again, ChatGPT can most of the heavy lifting, except if it doesn't detect edge cases too often. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what I asked ChatGPT to write me Python code, Python tests. It was bad at sort of spreading out the test properly, if that makes sense. Like by itself, it was like it just gave me okay, like say you're testing the sum function. It just gave me like 1 + 1, 2 + 2, 3 + 3, 4 + 4, blah 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 blah. It didn't give me like -1 + 7 or like -10 billion. You'd have to like specify all of them manually. For the longest while, I was actually using a different language model for programming stuff that was better at handling coding related stuff. Just tell it to write a unit test for that as well, and do a good enough job. Maybe. All right, let's take a break. I'll be back in roughly 10 minutes. Wait, where did my markers go? I think the stream disconnected for a bit at some point. All right, Nick. What are you going to cook? I'll be streaming for roughly 2 more hours. So if you're a fast cook, you'll definitely see me. Some soup because my throat is pretty bad. Oh, okay. Well, hope the soup makes you feel better. I'll see you in a bit. Anyway, break time. Yeah, good luck with soup.